We have to start supporting ourselves. We have to add value to our content and our voices.
Hey, hey, haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support on your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really in my they done. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Hey, 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 hey. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Hey, 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 hey. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support on your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really in my they done. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support on your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really in my they done. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support on your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really in my they done. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support on your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support on your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Please don't hate on it. Please support on it, on it. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, or they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them ones that they dumb. Thumbs up, subscribe, cash app, $sign on box rhyme.
Yes. So you got it right. We're going to look into how did the word, or you can say words, African American, replace black. You know, at one point we were proud to be black, but I guess that was a lie, right? Because we went to call ourselves something else to replace black, not to go hand in hand with black, but a new terminology was to replace black. So my question is, are you proud to be black still? Or you're something else now? And apparently that was what was happening then and what's happening now. So for some people, being proud to be black was a grift because they changed their position later. We're gonna look into that. And now the why, we only can speculate. Okay, I got some circumstantial stuff that makes me conclude, we got some agents out here, but again, just all speculation. But yeah, man, we're gonna really get on this right here. So let's start with this. Let's start with Why Black American over African American? Well, for one, the term African American confuses people, not Black. For example, why do I say that? There's a dual usage problem with African American. Let me explain. I don't know why I get the water. Okay, come sit down and get your. All right. So let me do this right here. What do I got? Okay. So let me first, before I start to speak about the dual usage problem with African American, how about let people speak for themselves how the term African American confuses them? We're talking about recent immigrants that come over here either from Africa or the Caribbean. Let's see how the term African American confuses them. And we got a bunch of loud ass, like about 20,000 illegals came up here. All right, so let's tackle the confusion with the term African American coming from immigrants' own mouth, own experience.
You would say, you say African American.
Yeah.
What's that mean for you?
Just means that, like me, like I know like a lot of people, like African Americans in general, like Black people say they're African American. And like that always confuses me. Sometimes it's like, well, are you really African American or are you just like Black? Like, of course, there's this like long line of ancestry where people who are born in America and are Black are, I guess, because of slavery and that long line of ancestry are considered African American. But I feel like for me, it should be more like a direct or more recent link.
Yeah.
So therefore, Black people in America aren't technically really African American. Yeah. Like, it's really weird.
It's really weird. You identify as African American?
No. Well, I'd lie. I'm lying. Okay, systematically, yes, because that was the only box I had.
So that was the only box she had. So she wasn't given another choice. This is a Haitian young woman. She wasn't given another choice to express her Haitian lineage in America. The only box she had was African American. So that there's some influence on people to check the box, even when they don't believe that fits them. Like the other young woman stated earlier, she was confused. Like, well, African American, but then there's Black, and then there's people who were born here that went to U.S. chattel slavery, you know, descendants of slavery, and they're called Black, and then they're also called African American. And then she said it was weird. Like it's hard to explain, but it's hard to comprehend is where she was going. And then you had this woman right here. He said, do you acknowledge yourself as African American? Her first answer was no. Then she came back and said, well, I guess because I got to check the box, but on my day-to-day activities, no.
Automatically, yes, because that was the only box I had. Or like, okay, systematic
American?
No. Well,
You identify as African American?
no. Well, I'd lie. I'm lying. Okay, systematically, yes, because that was the only box I
So that's not confusing. Do you identify as African American? No. Well, yeah, systematically, that's the only box. That sounds like a bunch of confusion.
had. Or like Black.
Systematically, yes, because that was the only box I had. Or like Black.
But like, as I got older, I was like, but I'm not African American.
But as the Haitian woman got older in America, she came to terms that she's not African American. You see? Confusion. I'm checking the box that I'm African American, but as I get older, I know that I'm Haitian. I'm not African American, but I got to keep checking this damn box to get monies and resources that's supposedly allocated to African Americans. So to get some of these resources, I got to check this box.
So
You identify as African American?
no. Well, I'd lie. I'm lying. Okay. I'd lie. I'm lying. Okay.
Yeah. So there you go. So that is a ball of confusion with the word African American. Let's go further. So we have a brother, right, who was attempting to give a to do a presentation on why we are African American. And midway during his presentation, the host stopped him and said, "The points you're making are contradicting your overall claim, your overall conclusion." And she tried to show him that, like, hey, you're actually arguing why delineation is needed. So proving this, we're African American and no other term needs to be set set for a lineage that's exclusive than other recent people who are not of the lineage. He got cut off right away and got cooked. Listen.
Right? Caribbean. And watch this. Encompasses descendants of enslaved Africans and immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. It emphasizes cultural continuity. Go ahead. What you saying, Doc?
I want to interject really quickly, and this is why when you and I were arguing on the telephone, so I want the family to know, and maybe the people who are just watching us don't know, that a lot of these conversations that we have publicly are birthed from arguments that Ankh and I have behind closed doors. This is why when you and I talk, I say, Ankh, you don't think we should throw the term African American away? No, we shouldn't throw it away. I say, Ankh, it's not specific to our lineage here in America. Anybody that comes over here who's a descendant, who is of African descent, can claim to be an African American. This is why I said I do believe that we should have a name that is specifically for us, that other Black immigrants cannot come into the country and hijack. And you
okay? Now this is a woman that's a Pan-African who has been studying Pan-African studies, got courses, got kids cartoons on that type of stuff, and she got a doctorate degree. So now she's trying to educate this guy. You see the title. Should Black Americans delineate from continental and diasporan Africans, freedmen, ADOS, or FBA? So his presentation was supposed to be no. But as she pointed out, the presentation is pointing to we need to delineate. This is a confusion term. It's too broad. Okay, so now let's go into some of the reasons why this whole thing is brought about. So just a quick Google AI overview. Black Americans are engaging in a delineation movement to distinguish the unique historical and cultural experiences of DAS, descendants of enslaved people in the U.S., from those of more recent African or Caribbean immigrant populations. This is not intended to be discriminatory, but is driven by specific concerns regarding ancestry, history, and resources. This is why the delineation call is needed, okay? And then you're going to get an explanation of some of the loudest voices that was champion delineation. So let me do that for you right now.
But yeah, listen, family, we're the only group of people who are called divisive simply because we acknowledge our unique ethnic group. Do we not have a unique ethnicity? We either do or we don't. See, that's why when people start talking about divisiveness, they can never really say what it is, and they start talking a bunch of straw man arguments. No, lineage is lineage. There's no ideology. Your lineage is your lineage. There is no leader. There is no group. There is no cult. Anytime people say that, that's usually Fed talk. Your lineage is your lineage. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging and then defining your lineage. We aren't Jamaican. We're not continental Africans. Okay, from where? If we're continental Africans, what nation state are we clicked in with? We don't get no dual citizenship in no Africa, so we're not going to be claiming to be some damn generic Africans. No. We have a very unique ethnic group. And the fact that we acknowledge it triggers people. Why does it trigger people? See, they want foundational Black Americans to be a permanent underclass without boundaries. When foundational Black Americans, when we delineate ourselves as a distinct ethnic group, that threatens the whole system that treats us as an undefined, exploitable underclass. See, other groups, they're allowed to have ethnic pride because they're not expected to play this role. We're supposed to be just undefined, and then everybody can just latch on anything we do. You see, and also foundational Black American delineation, that forces accountability for all of the anti-Black practices that go on. When we define who we are, that exposes mistreatment that we specifically face from white society and from non-FBA immigrants. Because a lot of people like to sit up here and blur identity so this accountability can't happen. So now that we've delineated, we can call out the musty Myron Gaines. Speaking of Myron Gaines is a cancer, and we've extrapolated that cancer. We don't let that cancer get among us. That's what you do to cancers. You identify it and then remove that shit. Because sometimes a cancer cell can start off looking like a regular cell, but it's dangerous. So you better know what a cancer cell is, because it'll get inside of you and grow. We are the Candace Owens and these people who identify as Caribbean and African and all of that. We should have been delineating from that a long time ago. So now that we've delineated, now that we have different goggles on in order to see who's among us and what their agenda is, we can spot tethers a mile away now, and they hate that. That's what they really hate. They hate when they come around saying some stupid ass shit. We see, hey, like, where you from? The first thing we ask, where you from? That's kryptonite to a tether. That's why they get so offended. When somebody does something stupid, we're like, hey, wait, whose man is this? Hey man, where you from? Where your family from? What nigga? What is that? We're all black, nigga. We're all black people. Divisive. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you damn right we asking questions now. We ain't gonna have everybody running up around us talking about they black and they do everything they can to undermine us and do all types of phenomenal things for their ethnic group and their fellow immigrants.
So what we're saying immigrants come over here, especially from Africa and the Caribbean. They come over here and either they do it themselves or media does it. Either way, it's still a bad look for us, right? Descendants of slaves, descendants of slavery, American slavery, okay? Not the Americas, American slavery. Right. So this is what often happens. When it's something of like negativity, they get wrapped up in the whole black on black crime stats, robbery, things like that. But when it's something great, they're no longer black. They're no longer African American. Now they are the most successful immigrant group in the country, Nigerian. They're not the most successful immigrant. They're not the most successful black immigrant group in the country. They're now the most successful immigrant Nigerian group in the country. You see how Nigerian comes into play all of a sudden? When Hussein Bolt was winning like crazy with track, he's not the fastest black man in the world. He's the fastest Jamaican man. So when it's something positive, we caught on, they usually tie in their homeland. But when it's negative, they get lumped up with everybody supposedly black. So this is some of the core reasons why we're delineating. We're saying, hold on. If there's some crime going on in New York, which a lot of immigrants from the Caribbean and Africa are there, if they're committing crimes, we don't want that attached to black American crimes, right? Descendants of slavery crimes, because we already got enough burden, right? We got enough slander from white America. So we like, we can't allow more to be thrown on what's already there. So we're saying no. The stats just show this crime rate or this burglary, this gang activity is coming from this particular people, and they have a homeland. That's called delineate. So now we can focus. Now the country can focus on how to limit crime coming from those immigrants that come to immigrate to America. If it was Black Americans, we could focus on what's causing that crime. Maybe a school to prison pipeline, maybe a single parent, whatever. But now we can actually solve problems. You can't solve problems when everybody is lumped up as one stat. Asian hate. Asia is a race, just like African American. But when you think of Asian, you only think of Chinese. Why? East Indians are Asian. Japanese are Asian. Right. So you see, so there's a lot of wordplay here that needs to be straightened out. Because when you say certain words, we only think of certain people. When you think of Asians, you only think of Chinese. And when you think of Black crime stats, you only think of U.S. people that are ADOS, American descendants of slavery, Foundation of Black Americans, those who were also called African Americans. Right. So these are some reasons why we delineate it. It's to solve problems. It ain't to cause confusion, be divisive, be xenophobic. It's to solve problems. Now I'm going to touch on Black, how it came about, African American, how it came about and why it came about, and who was the catalyst involved in pushing Black, who were the catalysts involved in pushing African American. Big difference.
Immigrants like Obama. Yeah, we wised up. Obama didn't do a goddamn thing for us. Let us get slaughtered while rolling out the red carpet for fellow immigrants. And then Kwame was going to do the same thing. And we said no. Come on now, y'all act like you talk about divisive. Divisive is a damn vice president talking about, I ain't going to do nothing that's only going to help Black people. No. Yet you kick the damn door open for fellow immigrants. And we're divisive because we ain't going for that bullshit ass program. Man.
Okay, so there's a real term, a scientific term called ethnogenesis. Ethnogenesis, let's break that down. What is it? What is the Black American ethnogenesis?
But the thing is, there's a mixture. We are a mixture of what makes us foundational Black Americans, that we're mixed with the indigenous and we're mixed with the Africans who were brought over during the slave trade. And then we had an ethnogenesis. So we became a whole new ethnic group. And that ethnic group was the foundation of the United States, making our ethnic group indigenous to the United States, because we're the first ethnic group of what would become the United States, who built it. We built this thing from scratch. So that makes us indigenous. Unlike the Europeans who came from somewhere else, we were created here. Our ethnogenesis is here.
Which separates us from all other people of African descent in the world. We're our own group. We're our own ethnic group. We're separate from everybody else. Just like Haitians are their own people, they're separate from everybody else. Jamaicans, Kenyans, Nigerians, Zimbabweans. We're all separate. We're all different. We have little things in common, but we're different. And it's okay to be different. You don't got to be the same thing. Okay. So now let's move forward to the confusing term African American. All right. So as I was saying before, this term confuses people because of the dual uses problems. Okay. African American is used two different ways. It's used as a broad racial descriptor, meaning any American of African descent, including immigrants from Nigeria, Jamaica, Haiti, etc. This is the broad racial descriptor. In everyday speech, media, schools, and HR, this is common. So in everyday speech, it's common to group up all these people as African American, immigrants from Nigeria, Jamaica, Haiti, and also Black Americans. Now, here's the other way to use it: as a specific ethno-cultural group, meaning only descendants of enslaved people in the U.S. who developed a distinct culture over centuries. This is the ethnogenesis that will just explain what many people mean when they say Black American in a cultural sense. See? So how can this word, or these words, African American, be exclusive and inclusive at the same time? That, by definition, is a contradiction. How can you be inclusive but also exclusive? Okay, so case in point. Case in point. Let's give you some of the confusion by the African immigrants. I gave you that already from the school. Let's do it from the personal now.
Let me say that again. I am not Black, okay? Hear me out. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as Black. She's like, you're not Black, you're Nigerian, you're African. I feel like the term
I agree with her. But again, that term African American, it confuses people, and she ain't having it.
One is Black, obviously comes from the slave era, but it also just describes displaced people that don't know their heritage. So I feel like people that do know their heritage, to try and curb racism in some way, people are going to be racist. Ignorance is ignorance. You can't, but just curb racism in a small way. Stop referring to yourself as Black. You know, if you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household. You know, Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians. Like, if you know where you're from.
Yeah, that sounds exactly like me. And that sounds like Prophet Smalls. I'm going to play a little later. Look, we're saying the same things, but some people in America want to pretend they're confused. You're hearing it from a Nigerian woman. She says, you're not them. She's saying people of Africa is not Black. They're from Nigeria. They're from Kenya. They're from South Africa. She's naming countries. She's saying that's where you're from and you're named after your country. You're not named Black.
As Black, you know, if you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household. You know, Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians. Like, if you know where you're from, why refer to yourself as a color? I feel like when we say Black, it just sounds so harsh, and like, this is Black. I'm brown. You know, I'm Nigerian at the end of the day. Like, that's who I am. That's where.
Okay, so that's a major problem, is that they don't understand how Black Americans use Black. So you see, everybody else outside of descendants of slavery in America, they look at Black as a color, an adjective, a descriptor. So they all reject it. And it was most commonly given to them by an outsider, whether it be the Arabs or the white people. And watch this. She continues.
So I understand when you say Black British or Black American, because you don't know where you're from. You're just a person of color in the city that you're in. Obviously, you still be treated the way you're treated, but just like, I feel like when I hear someone refer to me as Black, it just sounds so harsh, especially coming from a certain demographic. I think if you have the privilege of knowing where you're from, you shouldn't refer to yourself as a color, because it further, pushes the racism narrative and further.
Here we go.
Okay, so, so again, like, this is no secret. Black Americans know we're the only Blacks, and people who are of African descent from other countries, they know they're not Black. One more.
African Americans prioritize Blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their Blackness. So, you know how African Americans would say, oh, Black writer, Black creator, Black artist, Black lawyer, Black doctor, Black woman in STEM. No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality, maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that. So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes after that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you.
Okay, this Jamaican young woman, the issue you Black Americans are having is that we Jamaicans, we immigrants, do not see ourselves as one of you, and you are Black American. We don't see ourselves as Black. Okay? She said it. We are immigrant first, Jamaican second, and her career third when they come to America. We don't entertain being black unless some type of resources or monies are being allocated towards this immigrant group. Okay, let's go further. So when Obama was running for president, I believe this is when the delineation movement started. Many Black Americans did not accept Obama being the first Black, first African American anything. Okay, many Black Americans started to express in their personal spaces and in their public and in public spaces that Obama isn't Black at all. He's definitely not Black like us. He's not African American like us. All right, because again, we thought of Black and African American as exclusive terms only for those who experienced U.S. chattel slavery in America. We didn't know that the OMB, Office Management and Budget, came out and made Black and African American a racialized term, meaning it fits, it umbrellas more people than just Black Americans that have a lineage in this country. We didn't know that. Okay, so when we say Black American, African American, we were using it in a way where it only referred to ourselves. But unbeknownst to us, this country had a different plan for those terms. So Obama started to be catapulted as possibly, because he's running for president, as the first Black president, and also the first African American president. So many Black people say, "Oh, hell no." That's not, if he wins, that's not reflective or symbolic as the first Black American. We will all say he don't have no slave roots here. He cut from somewhere else. That's not a win for the people who are descendants of slavery in America. That's not a win for us. That's not overcoming slavery to be chief and commander of the country. That ain't what that is. Our thing was, wow, we went from being a slave to chief and commander of the country. Obama becoming president, that don't represent that. That represents a person coming from another country, immigrating over here and becoming president. Like, what that got to do with us? That's what we were saying. And here's case in point.
Obama.
Wait, first of all, I'm gonna first show a white American. See, there was no real term. So once immigrants of Africa and the Caribbean were being called African American, there was really no way to differentiate Black U.S. nativists, right? People born in this country who always had citizenship dating back from 1865, emancipated persons, right? There was no way to differentiate us from recent African immigrant, Caribbean immigrants. So they would use one acronym to distinguish us from them. Watch this.
Obama will announce his candidacy this weekend at the old state capitol in Springfield, Illinois, where Abraham Lincoln made his stirring House Divided speech. How historic. At a building made famous by the man who freed the slaves, Obama isn't the descendant of slaves.
So he went to do a speech at Abraham Lincoln, whatever, to be symbolic of Abraham Lincoln freeing slaves. And he's saying, Obama, what they got to do with you? Your family doesn't come from the freed slaves. So he said the acronym that we use today, ADOS. He said Obama is not a descendant of slaves. So basically, why are you there? Why are you there? That's something for a Black American. Like, had Jesse Jackson won, let's say had Al Sharpton won, that's something that they can do. Why are you there? You're not a descendant of slavery. So you got a white man acknowledging that there's a difference. So why are we grouped together? Our differences should be respected. Watch this. So by the way, this is 2007. Let's cook.
Is Barack Obama Black?
No, he's not.
No, he's not. This is Deborah Dickerson. This is 2007. This is light years before ADOS, light years before FBA, light years before an official delineation movement. You want to call it that? Light years before that. So we were already delineating way before, because we were saying, ho, you the first black what? You the first African American. No, you're not. So this was the sentiment during that time. I remember I was in these spaces. I remember. So is Obama black? No, he's not. Why? Because he's not, like the white man said earlier. No, because he's not DOS. In order to be a black American, you have to be DOS, descendant of slavery. ADOS, American slavery.
Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not. In the American political context, black means the son of West African, the descendant of West African slaves brought here to labor in the United States. It's not a put down. It's not to say that he hasn't suffered. It's not to say that he doesn't have a glorious lineage of his own. It's just to say that he and I, who am descended from West African slaves brought to America, we are not the same.
We are not the same. 2007. We're not done. This is also 2007. This is a brother, a minister of Nation of Islam, ex-minister. This is Minister Keith X. This is also 2007. So now, as you can see, that people were resenting Obama being labeled the first black anything and the first African-American anything, because they all understood he's not representing the descendants of slavery in America. So we knew that if you pitch him as the first black, the first African-American, that would be received as he had lineage here. This is a win for the lineage. And we're saying, oh, hell no, that's not a win for the lineage. That's a win for Kenya. That's a win for Africa. That's not a win for those who were formerly enslaved and the descendant of those who were enslaved, the descendants of those who were enslaved. Listen to this.
In their politics. They don't see you as part of the politics. That's right. Barack Obama is a big joke to derail the system. You're not in their politics.
So I want you to see the date. 16 years ago, you see the date, 16 years ago. This is 2007, okay? So it's longer than 16 years, but let's go. It was uploaded 16 years ago. How do I know? This is my channel.
They don't see you as part of the politics. That's right. Barack Obama is a big joke to derail the Democratic Party from getting in. That they can leave Republicans in there and continue to do what they're doing. Not only that, he's not black.
You heard that. He didn't stutter. Not only that, he's not black. And what do we mean by you're not black? We mean you're not a descendant of slavery in America. That's all that means when we're saying we're not black. When I say we're the only black people in the world, that's exactly how I'm using it. We're the only people who were enslaved in the United States of America. We're the only blacks, because that's how it's defined. When we came up with the word black, it was tied to our unique experience in America, starting from the 1600s all the way to where we are now. So you cannot be black if you can't trace your lineage to U.S. chattel slavery. It's a real simple understanding that was beyond me. This brother just said it in 2007. Deborah Dickerson said it in 2007. And the white guy was like, yo, no, he ain't the first nothing, because he's not a descendant of slaves. So that's how black is being defined and how it's always been defined. So how did African American and why did African American replace black? Now we see how black is being defined: a descendant of slavery in the US, right? In the USA. So if African American is coming to replace that, how is that defined? And I can tell you, it ain't defined the same way. So basically people are trying to replace our unique experience in this country. They're trying to dilute it. So now when recent immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean come over here, they're not DOS. They're not ADOS. They're not foundation. They're not FBA. They're not descendants of freedmen, but they're allowed to take on titles, names that is tied to descendants of freedmen or the Freedmen Bureau and freedmen emancipation. They're taking on titles that's tied to building this country up, tobacco, free labor, tobacco, all that type of stuff, cotton, railroads, convict leasing, black reconstruction. When you take on these names, you're taking on that as well. There's no way to separate. This is why we're saying, oh no, this got to stop. And now they're taking advantages of resources that's allocated supposedly just for those harmed parties, and we were the only people here that were harmed as an entire people. You had individuals here and there, but as an entire people, we were the only people to never benefit from this system. So those other people that were harmed, whatever, they got the reparations. Their reparations they were included into whiteness. So they got white privilege, and they benefited from all of these welfare programs that we never benefit from. We were never brought into whiteness. That's the difference. Okay, so last video. So this is obviously Dr. Minkongo, Domingo, whatever. But this is 14 years ago. Now, this is I guess, a Pan-African doctor, whatever. That I guess he studies African studies, whatever. But even he is going to testify of the ongoing debate whether Obama, not just Obama represents something. He represents recent immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean, how they're not black. Listen.
Over the past few days, the debate has been raging once again over President Obama's blackness. Some saying he's not black enough or African American enough because...
I'm done. Okay. So I showed 3 different people around the same time acknowledging that this was an ongoing topic. He's not black. Okay. So let's leave that and let's come here. We got to come here. Y'all remember this guy right here? Hold on. Okay, so Dr. King and from my research, has never identified himself as an African American, but he did identify himself as a Negro, maybe colored, and for sure black. So the question is, how did we go from black to African American, and why? What is the agenda behind it?
Believe. I come here tonight and plead with you. Believe in yourself and believe that you're somebody. As I said to the group last night, nobody else can do this for us. No document can do this for us. I come here tonight, an Emancipation Proclamation can do this for us. No Kennysonian or Johnsonian Civil Rights Bill can do this for us. If the Negro is to be free, he must move down into the inner resources of his own soul and...
Okay, so he used the word Negro. What else?
Sign with a pen and ink of self-assertive manhood his own Emancipation Proclamation. Don't let anybody take your manhood. Be proud of our heritage. As somebody said earlier tonight, we don't have anything to be ashamed of. Somebody told a lie one day. They couched it in language. They made everything black, ugly, and evil. Look in your dictionary and see the synonyms of the word black.
And that's why everybody rejected the term. Except, okay, and then we took on the term and redefined it as something other than those synonyms. You dig?
It's always something degrading and low and sinister. Look at the word white. It's always something pure, high, and clean. Well,
By the way, let's get the likes up. I mean, the regulars, you got to know when you come in. The regulars of the lineage that supposedly support, like, you guys got to know when you come in, like the video. I mean, God, I should have to say this every live. I got to say this every live. Simply like the video. This is a big deal. I'm cracking the code. Okay, great research here. Let the family come in and embrace it and understand it and comprehend it and even share it. Like the video.
But I want to get the language right tonight. I want to get the language so right that everybody here will cry out, yes, I'm black, I'm proud of it, I'm black and beautiful.
I'm black and beautiful. Dr. King, he didn't say I'm African American and proud. I'm African American and beautiful. He said I'm black and proud. I'm black and beautiful. So why, if black is synonymous with pride and beauty, why would we change it? It sounds like a perfect word to describe people of the lineage that stems from U.S. chattel slavery. What need to change that word if it's synonymous with pride, beauty, and power? Black power. Let's hear that guy.
Been concerned about white America, never about our problem has been as black people,
Our problem as being black people. Who's this? Does he look familiar? This is Stokely Carmichael. All right. He is champion as creating the term, the chant, black power. Okay. Not African American power, not African power. Okay. Black power. So again, I asked the question, if black is synonymous with beauty, pride, and power, what needs to replace that with anything? Hello? Why would you change a name that's synonymous with pride, power, and beauty? To me, it sounds like a finesse. Okay, a finesse. So this man right here, his name is Stokely Carmichael. I think he changed his name to Kwame Ture, something like that. But you can see black people. This is 60 something, 67 or something like that.
our problem has been as black people, we've always been concerned about white America.
Okay, so if this brother, and like I said, he coined the term, they say black power. So he should be the last person, right, to switch his position from black to black people, like he just said, to African American, right? He coined the term black power. He should be one of the last people to change that position, right? Because if we got him change his position and dropping black, that's synonymous with power, beauty, and pride. And he's now adopting a new term that sounds like a play to me. Okay, so now let's go here. So what he's going to do, what Tariq Nasheed's going to do, is show a old video of our activists having a problem with African American very early in its inception. Check this out.
They're going to be very uncomfortable with it, but then they're going to have to start accepting it and respecting it, because so many people for so long they've accepted being able to. Now this is Steve Coakley. This is back in the 90s, where Steve Coakley was talking about how people use the term African American and how African American is kind of problematic. This is Steve Coakley from the 90s. All right. Hold on. Check out how he's breaking this down. All right, hold on.
So, let's see here. Let's continue.
Okay, the audio is a little janky, but we'll work through it, guys.
Hey, we'll look at the imposter. Hey, how about this one? How about, did you see those blacks go to the hotel, the Hyatt Regency Hotel, and declare themselves Black Americans? Yeah. So we call ourselves African Americans. Blacks call themselves.
Okay, so he's talking about white South Africans. I think he said they're in a hotel. I'm guessing, I don't know. It's kind of like shaky, the audio. Maybe in America, but they're calling themselves African American. Okay. This is what's going on. This is 1980 sometime. This is 1980 sometime, and he's speaking about white South Africans calling themselves African Americans. You know, it's impossible for them to ever call themselves black, right? Because black started over here. Black was tied to descendants of slavery in America. Okay. Black was tied to being foundational in America, and black was tied to Emancipation Proclamation. You dig? So anybody just can't take on that term without those three things being attached to it. But African American left the door open. So now we got white South Africans calling themselves African Americans, and it's in the paper. That's what he's holding up. He's upset that this is going on. Check this out.
African Americans. Yeah. They ran this. They went to the white hotel and declared they was black African Americans. Now you see that word African American? Very tricky. Now just think about it. A young white fella whose great-great-grandfather was born in Johannesburg, South Africa,
You heard that part. White person whose great-great-grandfather was born in Johannesburg, South Africa. So he's definitely talking about white people.
Father was born in South Africa, he was born in South Africa, who came to America, is an African American, he would say. Right. Hey, so we can't have a white African American and a black African American.
Oh, what do you say? We can't have a white African American and a black African American. That's why the term doesn't make sense. It leaves the door open. But black originally didn't. So in 2025, or originating back in 2016, 17, we closed the door again with the terms ADOS, Descendants of Freedmen. That's not a term. That's an actual real thing, real event. And FBA, Foundation of Black Americans. So we closed the door again. The door was open for how long? About 30 years. So we're closing that door. So when we make the argument that Elon Musk can be called African American if he came to America, and you guys say that's false, well, who looks dumb now? Your boy right here, this activist, is showing that they're being called, white people are being called. They came to America, like he said, these white South Africans came to America and they're being called African American in America. We got a super chat. Claude, Nelly, France, Amos, $10 super chat. Selenius Love. He said, just like the movie Terminator, John Connor was targeted for termination in America. Black Americans, FBA, have been targeted for exploitation. Delineation counters, prevents exploitation. 100%. Thanks for the lineage love. Check this out.
Can't have them both. So somebody's impersonating African American.
But he said we both can't be called white. We both can't be called African Americans. Somebody's impersonator, basically.
So we got to America is an African American, you would say. Right. Hey, so we can't have a white African American and a black African American. Can't have them both. So somebody's impersonating African American. So we got to deal with that question. That's something got to be dealt with up ahead.
We got to deal with that, and something got to be done. So don't get mad at us for dealing with it and doing something about it today. All right. So wait, there's more. There's more. I did some research you're never going to find on the internet in one place. I put all this together. There's more. But if you guys want to value this research, hint, hint, we got room for more super chats and cash apps. Hold on. My God. Give me a second. Let me delete some of these tabs.
Daddy, I said tag.
All right, so now let's get down to it. So remember Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture, who was known for Black power. Black is synonymous with power, pride, and beauty. He would never change that position, right? He would stick with black. Well, let's see. So after Jesse Jackson introduced the term African American, and we're going to go over that. We're going to go over his reasons why he came about with that term and what was it to replace. I'm going to give a spoiler alert. So Jesse Jackson indeed brought African American to replace black, not to go along with it, to replace it. Okay, so for some strange reason, Jesse Jackson wanted to replace a name for us that's synonymous with power, pride, and beauty. Find that you and I both should find that very interesting. All right, so look. Anyway, there's a round table discussion with Stokely Carmichael. Okay, and let's see how his position changed, or if it didn't, on the topic African American versus black, because Jesse Jackson just introduced African American, and look at all these liars today. When we say we're foundation Black American, all these liars say, why do we need a new term? And then they go against it and say, nah, we don't need no new term. Let's stick with the old stuff. Well, guess what? African American was a new term at its time. And guess what? People were saying the same thing. Why African American? Let's stick with black. Yeah, so this same conversation we're having now, and FBA is a new term, so therefore it's no good. Well, I'm going to bring you to a roundtable discussion when African American is only 1 year old, and they're having a roundtable discussion. Should it be a new term or no? And Stokely Carmichael is part of this roundtable. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, watch this. And I wonder what size Kwame Ture, like he said. So Kwame Ture is the name that he likes to go by. So Kwame Ture is part of this round table discussion. Is he backing black, or has he changed his position and going along with African American introduced by Jesse Jackson? Let's find out.
Both black and white publications generally supported the call to use African American.
Let me take that back. Let me rewind that.
Editorials in both black and white publications generally supported the call to use African American.
So white media. So when I say this, now you know it's a fact. I said white media was behind propagating and pursuing the terminology for us, African American. They were 100% against black, because black, why? It represents pride, beauty, and power. So they wanted this new term to come about that don't have that history. They don't have that history of pride, power, and beauty. So white media were pushing hard African American over the public and to black people. One more time. The media, newspaper, white, all is racist, white. This is Jim Crow, by the way. This is Jim Crow. Jim Crow 2.0. Right, because Jim Crow never ended. They just took the signs down and took the paperwork down, but it was being practiced. Housing discrimination never ended. Job discrimination never ended. Racism never ended. Systemic racism never ended. So this white country who refused to give us reparations or anything to counterbalance all of the years of discrimination and free labor, cheap labor, they are pushing the terminology African American over black.
Editorials in both black and white publications generally supported the call to use African American. The New York Times called it healthy archaeology, arguing that blacks may now feel comfortable enough in their standing as citizens to adopt the family surname American, and their first name, African, conveys a pride and cultural heritage that all Americans cherish.
So now this shit, didn't it switch up? So now we got African Americans, blacks, and Negroes.
Said the Chicago Defender, as the world continues to shrink, Americans who speak to their Africanness with the African...
So your blackness is gone. So we're done speaking to our blackness, our unique experience in this country, and to remind white people of their dirty history in this country. We're going to get rid of that and speak to our Africanness that we never had in this country before.
An American title will likely find the cultural, education, and economic relationship with other editorials in
Hey,
both.
family, by the way, that quote was from white people. That was Chicago Defender. That was a quote from the paper. Some white editor saying, yeah, man, African American, that fits these people more tight. Okay, let's go on.
Actually, it's our heritage, but
So this is the roundtable discussion. She's part of no, I'm sorry. This is the interview. Not yet.
well, naturally, it's our heritage. But all of us here are really educated and exposed to American life. So is that we really are, we have to dig back for this ancestry. I mean, I'm not an African. Well, naturally, it's our heritage. But
What's she say? I'm not an African. Look how old she is. And this interview is like 1980, 1989. Because remember, the whole discussion is about this new terminology that's supposed to cover and label us. Okay? So people are resenting it. She said, I'm not an African. Why is this term about? Like, what's up?
for this ancestry, I mean, I'm not an African. Well,
I'm not an African. And she's this old during 1980. You dig? Let's go. Okay, now here's the roundtable discussion featuring Kwame Ture.
You don't want to change from black.
No, well, I don't disagree that.
So no, I don't want to change to black. This is 1989, and African Americans being forced on them, and they having a public roundtable discussion how they're saying, I don't want a new term. I want to stick with black. So when you have people in 2025 who act like FBA is the new term, it's not the new term. FBA is the old term. African American is the new term. This is why they're saying, I don't want to change. I want to stay black. Listen.
Mr. Winter, you don't want to change from black.
No, well, I don't disagree that it is important for us to be cognizant of where we come from and the depth of our history that began before slavery. I just don't see the particular need in calling for renewal of the movement to leapfrog over the 400 odd years of history and of
yeah, he don't want to leapfrog of our unique precious history in America to look at what goes on in Africa that we know nothing about. We have no recollection of any history, any experience in Africa. So he's saying, I don't want to leapfrog over our unique, beautiful experiences in this country, 400 years to fantasize over something that never was.
proud accomplishments that we can point to and indeed need to reacquaint our children with here in this country first. So I believe that it is important to teach the children and to, in general, imbue Black America with a knowledge of where it comes from, but to focus this effort on claiming what is ours here as Americans, which is the country that we are citizens of and where we pay our taxes.
Okay, so again, this is 1989 in a roundtable discussion with Kwame Ture, and he said, nah, we're Black Americans. We're going to stand on business here. We got 400 years here. This is bona fide our place. We were about what happens over here. Watch this. Watch the rebuttal. Okay, I'm sorry. This is another FBA Black man, and he's going to speak to African American or Black. Watch this.
I haven't got time to change the rules. I've got to look at what is. I guess I'm more practical about this.
Okay, so he's speaking on Kwame Ture talking about, oh, America is a capitalism. We got to get rid of capitalism. We need to change this country from capitalism to socialist. Okay, we need socialism. We need to share the resources. So he's like, yo, listen, I ain't got time to be changing the rules, bro. I got to speak to what's practical, what we can do tomorrow, today. Not some fantasy of changing America from a capitalist society to a socialist society. Like, dude, are you serious? Like, that's not even practical, is what he's saying.
I haven't got time to change the rules. I've got to look at what is. I guess I'm more practical about this. Maybe the ideal panacea is to change the rules and make it all a kind of equals socialistic state. But in the meantime, let's talk about what is. This is a capitalistic society. We are here. We are paying our taxes. We are doing work each and every day. And I think we have the right to participate. We have sent people to war since the revolutionary times and spilled our blood for America, from Crispus Attucks and the Revolutionary War all the way down through this Vietnam. So therefore, I want to get what you can construe as my piece of the action like everybody else has gotten. And it really annoys me to see people who haven't made this kind of contribution over the years come here and feel that they can claim.
Oh, that's a shot. He's talking to Kwame Ture, because, spoiler alert, Kwame Ture is holding on this new term, African American, after he championed and coined Black Power. Now he's shifting over to African American. And this brother said, what annoys me is that people like Kwame Ture, shots fired, coming over yesterday and trying to get into our politics.
Piece of the action like everybody else has gotten. And it really annoys me to see people who haven't made this kind of contribution over the years come here and feel that they can claim it and get it. And we have done that.
You have a response, sir?
Of course.
Okay, you heard that was very clear. What annoys him is that people from other countries, he's speaking about the Caribbean and Africa, who can come over here and claim what's ours. So he resents the terminology African American. Okay, so she asked Kwame Ture, does he want to rebut? He said, of course. Watch this.
And we have done that.
You have a response, sir?
Of course. In the first place, just because we're in just because we're in the capitalist system doesn't mean we must love it. We were made slaves. It doesn't mean the white.
I haven't got time to change.
Yeah, look, I ain't got time to change that.
Change the rules. I've got to look at what is. I guess I'm more practical about this.
See, he's like, yo, what's all this capitalist talk? That's what I'm trying to say. Family, these folks were not really team FBA, team black. Because we none of our ancestors was like, yo, no, capitalism is the problem. Yo, what we gotta do is we gotta change capitalism to socialism. You see what I'm saying? Because capitalism, people are greedy. You weren't talking that. This dude is coming with some foreign language similar to Marcus Garvey and trying to implant it on us, paste it on us.
Would show our suffering, our contribution over the years up.
Hold on. Let me shout out Lanita Goings, super chat 1999. She's valuing this content, this research. She know that this you ain't gonna find all of this in one place on the internet. Okay, she says this was a ploy to replace the slavery narrative. Of course, white folks knew that at some point we're gonna claim reparations. We're gonna fight and want to be repaired monetarily and everything else. So hey, let's call everybody African Americans. Let everybody worship Africa. If you worship Africa, there's no slave trade. There's no reparations. There's no U.S. chattel slavery, because your mind is back on Africa, not in America. As long as you're in America, you're going to always think about chattel slavery. You put your mind on Africa, you're thinking about what goes on in Africa. Okay, so thank you for the super chat. The lineage love, Lanita Goings. I think more people should find some value in this information and send some super chat love. Like the video, at the very least, like the video. The Cash App there. Again, this is research you're not going to get in one place. Watch this. And I'm not even nowhere near done.
Would show our suffering, our contribution over the years up until the year 1989 as to what we have done to give something to America. I think to try and leapfrog back and take youngsters in 1989 and tell them about our agrarian background in Africa is almost impossible at this point in time. The other problem with this is I listened to one gentleman on the thing say, well, during the campaign we talked about Michael Dukakis as being a Greek American. Well, Greek American pinpoints a country called Greece. African American does not pinpoint any country. It is a continent. And therefore, either you're going to play a game called European American or African American, or otherwise, again, we still haven't been able to refine ourselves down to where we come from, whether we come from Nigeria or shit would show.
Okay, you see that? He cooked that term African American. That's a continent. What is that? So he's saying Jesse Jackson wanted to implement African American the same way Italians are called Italian American. By the way, we're talking about immigrant Italians or Ethiopian American immigrants, Puerto Rican Americans, whatever. Dominican Americans. Like these are all immigrants. These are recent immigrants. So he's saying, why would we want to take on a term that'll make us recent immigrants, like the recent immigrants? I said, nah. And he dated this interview. You heard him say 1989. He said, now in 1989, we're going to redefine ourselves to become immigrants, basically. So let's get some Kwame Ture in this. All right, let's see what he got to say.
I would posit that that's not true. If you look again at the nations of Africa, if you look at...
So he's rebutting Kwame Ture. He said, nah, that's not true. All right. So FBA is like, yo, dude, what's up with you, man? You were Mr. Black Power. Now you on some other shit now.
Posit that that's not true. If you look again at the nations of Africa, if you look at African people in every country of the world, especially in recent times, they essentially want things. They want products. They want the things that it's, at least up to this point, demonstrated that...
Okay, I know what he's rebutting. He's rebutting Kwame Ture capitalist rant. Oh, it's a capitalist country. Oh, no, the greedy, blah, blah, blah. And he's saying, ho. I recall in Africa, these guys want capitalist things. They want cars, and so that's what. So he's responding to the capitalist rant, sounding like what's that guy? The Illuminati, Alex Jones. So you got Kwame Ture here sounding like Alex Jones. Capitalism. It's a great country. It's gonna fall. America gonna fall.
Only capitalism of Africa. If you look at African people in every country of the world, especially in recent times, they essentially want things. They want products. They want the things that it's, at least up to this point, demonstrated that only capitalism, with its imperfections and with its inequities, which hopefully some people believe can still be tamed, people want things. And I don't somehow see a worldwide Pan-Africanism as also spelling the death knell for capitalism at the same time. It seems inconsistent. There are too many people who want cars in Lagos, Nigeria. Last time I checked, the traffic jams are horrendous.
I don't think we...
You're like, yo, you see, you're like, yo, this Pan-African stuff y'all pushing is not realistic. It's not practical. And we're not going to waste time entertaining that. Like, yo, our fight is totally different. We don't need what you're talking about. We need all this anti-capitalist stuff. That's not our fight, my guy. Take that shit to Ghana. We got a whole different fight here.
One of the first organizations we had fighting for us is known as the Free African Society. The very first independent organization we had in this country was the church. It was known as the African Methodist Episcopalian Church.
Hold on. So you didn't know that in 1960 when you were championing Black Power? You didn't know that then? Come on now.
So from Africans, our oppressor has changed us to colored, to Negro, to this, to that. We understand it's a step. Coming to black had a powerful point, because the point was that we were oppressed because of this color of our skin, and this was racism. But this fight is not just a fight over the color of our skin, a fight.
No, it was never about the color of our skin. So this is what happens when you come over here as an immigrant and you start taking our terminologies and you start to like do the Garvey thing, come up with your own answers and, you know, own solutions and don't check in with us. Bro, black was never a color thing for us, my guy. That's what you thought. Let's go back a little bit.
Africans, our oppressor has changed us to colored, to Negro, to this, to that. We understand it's a step. Coming to black had a powerful point, because the point was that we were oppressed because of this color of our skin, and this was racism. But this fight is not just a fight over the color of our skin.
So this is a justification for moving on from black to African American.
A fight for power is a fight for land. When Mr. Llewellyn speaks about power, he's talking about land. Our land is Africa. America is not our land. It belongs to the American Indians. And we have...
You heard that? You hear this guy? America is not our land. He sounds just like people of today. That's not your land. Where's your land? You're lost. You don't have a land. You're lost. You're lost. Yo, yeah. This is your boy. This is the guy that everybody championed at one point. Oh, he's a rider. This ain't your land, Black Americans. You niggas are lost. Okay? You don't have culture. This is exactly where he's going.
When Mr. Llewellyn speaks about power, he's talking about land. Our land is Africa. America is not our land. It belongs to the American Indians. And we have a right to stand and take a moral struggle with them. And we don't worry about people being for things. People want things is incorrect. The point is not to explain the world. The point is to change it. If the people want material things, and we have a responsibility to tell them.
This guy said the point is to change the world. When the hell did we ever say that? That's what I'm trying to say. People come over here and try to represent us, try to speak for us, and then change our talking points. We ain't never say we're trying to change the world. The hell, man? Yo, this is Babel. This is official Babel.
When black was coined, because I was somewhat in high school and I was on the listening end, as indeed you were doing.
So he's going to respond to Kwame Ture directly, and he's going to speak to the Black Power thing. Watch this.
Was coined because I was somewhat in high school and I was on the listening end, as indeed you were doing the talking. But it's always been my feeling that black was more than the recognition of where our blood comes from.
You see? Cooked them. He said black being a color. Nah, that's not how we view black. Is that how you view black? When you was saying Black Power, you thought we was talking about dark skin, melanin expression? Let's go back.
When black was coined, because I was somewhat in high school and I was on the listening end, as indeed you were doing the talking. But it's always been my feeling that black was more than the recognition of where our blood comes from. It has a lot to do with the experience of people of color in a larger sense under colonialism, whether it was external colonialism, let's say in the Caribbean, or the internal colonialism that we had to deal with here in the United States, rather than simply a statement of Africa. Because the fact is, we have become...
So he just told you, when we were saying we're black, he said we would even extend it to the diaspora. He said that had nothing to do with Africa. He said we were saying black, maybe amongst the diaspora. That's it. It had nothing to do with being from Africa or fighting for Africa. The diaspora at best, but nothing to do with Africa. So we got a $2 super chat. The latest love from Alex Berry says, thanks, Ron, for standing on FBA business. Salute to you. We got $10 super chat. Latest love in the building from First Class Citizen. He says, so Stokely Carmichael, after the name change, Scam African conversation became a tether. This is a classic example why we can't have immigrants involved in our political affairs. Interesting. Interesting comment. Thank you for the $10 super chat. The latest love is on fleek so far. All right, let's go on, because they're checking Stokely Carmichael in real time. This almost like they're like A. Philip Randolph and W. Du Bois doing the whole Garvey Must Go campaign. Is like they doing the Stokely Carmichael Must Go campaign.
Colonialism, let's say in the Caribbean, or the internal colonialism that we had to deal with here in the United States, rather than simply a statement of Africa. Because the fact is, we have become more than simply descendants of Africa. We have created a lot.
He sound like Tariq Nasheed, don't he? We have become more than just descendants of Africa. He's speaking to our ethnogenesis. This is 1989 in front of Stokely Carmichael's face, calling him out like, bro, we're not what you're saying we are. Like, I don't know where you got that from. We're more than that.
Have become more than simply descendants of Africa. We have created a lot of what America is in our own image. When you talk about this cultural-based offensive, I would rather see us claim American culture. When black was coined,
I would rather see us claim America or American culture. Right in his face, all this African talk you talking, bro. Take your ass to Ghana and you do that with Nkrumah. But we're not going nowhere. We're staying here for the long haul. We're fighting here, and we're African American. I mean, we're black. We're black. All the Africa stuff, you take that to Ghana. But we're black here, and we want to fight for Black American culture.
I would rather see us claim American culture when black was coined.
I would rather see us claim American culture. All right, so we got Claude Neely. Let me get the name. Hold on. Let me get the name right. Okay, so we got Claude Neely Francis Amos back in the super chat. $10. Lineage love. Okay. He says the FBA Renaissance helps FBA rediscover ourselves. We're not generic Africans but we're not generic Africans, but a different and unique people. Not only different from Africans, but different and unique from any group in the world. Facts. They're making that same claim as well.
Coined because I was somewhat in high school and I was on the listening.
Okay, so he addressed him like, yo, how you go from Black Power to we're African American and everything's about Africa, when Black Power was a chant everything about Black America and at the very most the diaspora, but nothing about Africa is what he was saying.
I would rather see us claim American culture, which is not European culture. This
is the continuation because Stokely Carmichael kept watering down American culture as white man culture. You will see a lot of people talk that they're not American. That's white man. So he said, no. So this is the continuation of what he was saying last time about I'll rather claim American culture, which is not white culture, which you're saying, Kwame Ture.
I would rather see us claim American culture, which is not European culture. America does not mean white. American doesn't mean white. It means a combination of European and African and Asian and the rest of the cultures of the whole world. This is what America is. And if it denies the fact of what is African within it, then it is up to us to continue to assert that no, America does not mean white. America means a melting and a combination of things.
Isn't that exactly what Tariq Nasheed said when I played this clip? That we're a mixture of this and that. He was speaking to our ethnogenesis. This guy in 1989 delineating, speaking to our ethnogenesis. All right, let's go.
Jamaica, the white man dropped you in Jamaica and brought you to Mississippi. Right. So you don't define yourself by...
Okay, now Kwame Ture is doing that same old argument. We all from the slave ships, the same slave ships. You in Jamaica and put you in Trinidad. Like he's taking that position now.
Jamaica, the white man dropped you in Jamaica and brought you to Mississippi. Right. So you don't define yourself by the enemy?
No, I define myself as the fighting places where I'm at, where I used to be, or where I thought I was.
So if you fight on a slave ship, if you're fighting on a slave ship, we fought on the slave ships. Did you call yourself a water?
And you're still fighting in 1989, right here in New York City.
Until Africa is free, we won't be free.
All right, one final practical.
Right here in New York City.
Until Africa is free, we won't be free.
All right.
See, he's talking his African shit. Until Africa is free, we won't be free. He's yelling that shit. 54 countries. Until 54 countries are free, we won't be free. That's what he was arguing. And we're like, yo, what are you talking about, bro? The civil rights movement was not about freeing Africa. What are you talking about? Like he's completely lost. Some would say bought, compromised, and he's on his African American bullshit that Jesse Jackson is pushing. Okay, but he's clearly lost the message. What we're doing over here in America. What we do in America is not about freeing Africa. Never was, never been. All right. We like, yo, take your ass to Ghana and you go free Africa. And how successful was he? Little. He didn't. It didn't happen.
One final practical note. Mr. Winter, you're the only editor here.
Mm-hmm.
How should the media deal with...
Hey, Ekeen, brother, it's 9:42. You got 3 minutes. You got until 9:45. To click that link up top, or somebody got to get you up out of here. They got to block you. All right. You said the channel is dividing, so click the link and explain. I will add you to the content, my guy. So click the link, and because right now I'm just showing history and giving commentary, factual, historical commentary. You dig? So click that link. You got to 9:45, or you got to get. Matter of fact, you got to 9:44 to click that link, or somebody got to get you up out of here, my guy.
With this, as you can see, there's a debate over the issue. What about newspapers, television, books, magazines? I mean, should they continue to use, Haki said?
Okay, so now he's going to explain how foundational Black American today can replace what we don't want, which is African American, because it's too confusing. It serves as an ethnonym, which is exclusive, and it also serves as a racial term, which is inclusive. It's a contradictory by nature. It's a contradiction by nature. So he's going to explain how it works. Check this out.
He was going to continue to use both. I mean, what kind of guidance do you think should apply there?
Well, speaking immediately for newspapers, and again, while I don't represent directly the Wall Street Journal here, I can tell you that they have discussed.
Hey, E. King, you got 1 more minute, my guy. So you might as well get your stuff in now because you're out of here if you don't click that link.
This issue recently and concluded that they will wait and watch to take the general standard of what comes to be common usage among.
So you see that? He said that the governments don't take a position on what Black Americans call themselves. He said they wait and watch and see what the consensus is amongst, or the census is amongst Black Americans. And then because watch this, why?
Black people in general, as at least we'll call it now.
Jamaica, the white man dropped you in Jamaica and brought you to Mississippi.
Yeah. So that's all. He said the government don't take a position because they don't want to offend anybody. So what they do is they sit back and see what we want to call ourselves, and they adhere to that.
That they have discussed this issue recently and concluded that they will wait and watch to take the general standard of what comes to be common usage among Black people in general, as at least we'll call it now, and moreover among academics and political and social leaders and that sort of thing. And if a consensus appears to emerge, then style changes will probably be forthcoming at our paper. And I believe in fact the New York Times has said similar things, which is about all they can do, because to them it's, well, there's something going on there in the community and we don't really know what to make of it. All they want to know is that they really don't want to offend anyone in the end. If it becomes apparent that everybody wants this, then they'll likely go along, although they will use.
If it's apparent that everybody wants this, then likely they'll go along with it. It's that simple. FBA ain't going nowhere, and the government steps back, and if they see if it appears like this is what the masses want to be called, they go along with it and they make it happen.
Use people of color in the media as sounding boards to.
All right, Alex, you in the building? What's up, man? What's dividing about this channel?
Hey, I'm Ekede. How you doing?
Good, very great.
Yeah, good. So number one, when you invite somebody in your channel and you give them time, you might understand that not everybody takes that. Okay, I'm just
wait. Not everybody what? Wait. Hold on. Wait.
No, what I'm saying is that not everybody will like that.
Like what?
By telling me you have 2 minutes.
Yeah. It's my channel. No. Okay.
Yeah,
first of all, all right, let me mute you, bro. You're not going to come on my channel and dictate the rules. I could have gave you 30 seconds. I gave you 3 minutes.
Let me address what I came here for, then I can leave your channel, okay?
Wait, no. Dude, you joined my content. I set the narrative. You don't come here and start babbling. The entitlement.
I'm not here.
Okay, okay. So wait, stop unmuting yourself. I'll let you know when to mute yourself. But what you're not going to do is come to my channel, my content, and then tell me what you're going to do. That's not how that works. You're going to speak to what I want you to do, or you got to get off. All right. I narrate my channel. You don't do that. Okay. You comply or you fly. Real simple. Now, you're going to answer this question first, because I read what you wrote. You said this channel is dividing. Speak to that comment only, and don't babble. Unmute and speak to how this channel is dividing. So now all of a sudden he don't know how to unmute. Dude, listen, man. All right, the show will continue. We're gonna wait on him. So as you can see, family, Kwame Ture jumped ship, right? All of a sudden it's all about Africa. And this is 1989. This ain't too far from Jim Crow. You dig? And be like, yo, what are you saying? And you see Black Americans openly resented what he was pushing in his face. This anti-capitalist rhetoric. We like, what the hell's going on here? Okay. So when he figure out how to answer that question, how this channel is divisive, we'll let him speak. But check this out. Let's go into this real quick. Real quick. Let's go into.
Okay, I am back right now.
All right.
If you're ready.
Yeah, Harry, you got to make it quick though. Let's go. I got a video to make.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead. How is this channel divisive or dividing?
Let me say this to you. I'm an African investor, and I work with a lot of African Americans in doing business both in the United States and outside the United States.
Yeah, but how is this channel divisive?
The reason why it's divisive is that you are on this channel telling African Americans that
what is an African American? Wait. What is an African American? You're making up terms coming over here.
Okay. The division our description of African Americans are Africans, descendant of Africans that are here in America.
Well, I'm not speaking to them. No. So that's not my audience. I'm not speaking to Africans that are in America.
That is not what I.
Okay, listen, bro. I'm not. Well, you just lied. You said I'm speaking to African Americans. I'm not speaking to African Americans. I'm speaking to Black Americans that have a lineage to U.S. chattel slavery. Okay, that's what I'm speaking to. I'm not speaking to Africans that's in America like yourself. This message ain't for you.
Okay, let me go back. Who I said you're speaking to is exactly who you just described right now that you're speaking to. Americans of African slave descendants. Yeah.
But I'm not speaking to them. I'm speaking to people who are descendants of U.S. freedmen, not Africa.
Okay, that's the same people I'm talking.
It's not the same thing. No, look, what country are you from in Africa?
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, you know what?
No,
let's
look,
put it this
what
way.
country? Wait, no, let's put it this way. What country are you from in Africa?
I'm Nigerian.
Right. I'm not speaking to no Nigerians. I'm not speaking for. I'm not speaking. Right. Well, you said that when you defined it. I'm not speaking to nobody that comes from any.
No, that's not what I did.
I got it. Well, I'm making it clear. Let me make it clear. I'm not speaking to nobody from the continent of Africa. I'm not even speaking to people from the Caribbean. I'm specifically speaking to people. But you're confusing the chat though. So I want the chat to know who I'm speaking to and who I'm not. I'm not speaking to nobody from Africa, the continent. I'm not speaking from nobody from the Caribbean. My audience I'm speaking to, the ears I want to hear this message directly are people that can trace their lineage to U.S. chattel slavery. That is this message is for them. Okay? That's what I'm speaking to about American things. I'm not speaking about Africa, what goes on in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm speaking about what happened over here in America that directly affects Foundation Black Americans first and foremost. All right, but anyway, all right.
Okay, you want to use the word FBA? Okay, let's use that because I'm not here for. I don't think we're here for semantics.
Let me use. Yeah, we're here to straight. Okay.
FBA,
okay, no. All right, you know what, bruh? One more time, I'm gonna get you out of here. This ain't semantics. This is a preferred term. So the whole video was about we were Black before African American. The whole video is about the origins and why was Black replaced by African American. So you're the one playing semantics, all right? So African American was a new term to replace Black. We're repositioning, we're reinstituting Black. Okay, because African American was all inclusive to people like you and white people from South Africa, not Black. Black is synonymous with pride, power, and beauty.
I have no idea where you're bringing this from. That is
I got you.
That's the confusion I'm talking about. That's why I say you're confusing.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah. Goodbye. Yeah, if I'm confusing you, cool. As long as my lineage are not confused, we're good. All right. So let's deal with ethnonyms. Okay. So the ethnonym African American was broadly popularized in the late 1980s by civil rights leader Jesse Jackson. So now I'm giving you guys some history. In 1988-89, Jackson and other Black leaders urged replacing the term Black with African American. to instill a sense of heritage and cultural linkage to Africa. So they didn't try to use African American alongside of Black. They urged to replace Black. Now, keep in mind, Black was synonymous with beauty, pride, and power. Why would you want to replace a term like that? That's like the best term on earth, you would think, right? Okay, so this is a quote from Jesse Jackson. He says, to be called African American has cultural integrity, as though Black didn't. He says, every ethnic group in this country has a reference to some land base, some historical culture base. He says, arguing that Black Americans, we deserve a hyphenated identity akin to Italian American or Irish American. So he's comparing us to two immigrant groups, which is crazy. Okay, so watch this. This push was quickly embraced by 1990. Quickly embraced. There was no debate. White America was like, yep, we'll go with that. So this push was quickly embraced by 1990. The term had gained currency as the term of choice for many Blacks. In media and everyday use, it was pushed on us. It was on applications and media, like you said, in media and papers. When it comes to our history, it was no longer Black History Month. It was now African American History Month. So it's kind of forcing us. How do I know? Major newspapers, academics, and even President George H.W. Bush. Excuse me? Who? That's why he's in this picture, by the way. Hello? I said major newspapers, academics, and even President George H.W. Bush in a 1989 eulogy adopted African American. So one of the most racist presidents in American history said African American is a better term than Black. Okay, so this reflected. So of course this moved more rapidly in mainstream vocabulary. The damn president is like, oh. So now we got Donald Trump, who's saying, nah, foundational Black American is more tight, more fitting, and explaining why. He's saying that we are foundational to this country. We help build. We played a significant part in building this country. So there's no new term. So the foundation Black America is not a new term. Black was be Black American. You heard Dr. King say it in 1960s. This wasn't, you heard Malcolm X say it in 1960s. This was a term that predated African American in everyday usage. Okay. Jesse Jackson urged the replacement. We're saying we're good. We're going back because African American is confusing. It's too confusing. It's making people believe that they're tied to our unique experience in this country, and that they're entitled to things set aside for us specifically. Okay, so let me go. This is so his intent was to give descendants of U.S. slaves a name that emphasized ancestry rather than color. Right. This is the explanation. African American symbolized an ethnic heritage and pride and forebear struggle. Right. So that's the excuse. Now let's talk about the U.S. government and its role for African American. Okay, so the U.S. government's racial classifications as of the 1970s still used the Black. So when they came up with the African American thing, the racial classification was still Black and even Negro as official labels, right? Only in 1997, right? So this is about 8 to 10 years after Jesse Jackson. Only then did the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, update federal standards to formally add African American alongside Black. Hey, stop. Hey, stop. Alongside Black. So at that time, the category was defined as Black or African American, which meant a person. Listen what it meant. So, or the OMB forms, right? How they used it, Black or African American, it meant a person having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. What the hell is a racial group of Africa? They're just making this stuff up. So the OMB explicitly allowed terms like Haitian or Negro as possible descriptors for this category. reflecting both the new inclusive term and legacy terminology. In short, Jackson's 1988 initiative preceded federal adoption. So the popular uses came first, and the government's racial category was updated nearly a decade later to mirror the community's preference. That's a lot. You put it in papers, you put it on forms. What choice did we have? That wasn't a preference. Okay, so it says the reason for the official change was to keep pace with evolving social identity by the late 1990s. So why are people mad at the evolving social identity of today? So it says African American had entered common uses to refer to Black Americans. You see that? So government forms and the census were adjusted to use the contemporary culturally respectful term. So it happened then, it can happen again. So for example, it says the 2000 U.S. Census checkbox was labeled Black, African, or Negro, signaling the transition to the new wording while acknowledging older terms. There's a problem. You ready for the problem? Despite its intent, African American can be ambiguous because it is used in two overlapping ways. Broad racial category, in official context like the census or government surveys, Black or African American is a racial category that includes anyone with ancestral origins in sub-Saharan Africa who lives in America. Under this broad definition, a recent immigrant from Nigeria or Jamaica is counted as African American racially because they are Black in America, they say. All right. So the U.S. Census and FBI crime statistics, oh, here we go, for instance, classify people as Black African American simply based on African lineage, having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. No such thing as that. You mean countries of Africa, tribes, regardless of whether their family has been in the U.S. for generations or arrived recently. So there's no distinction between us on forms and stats, databases, census, consensus between us and a recent African Caribbean immigrant. There's no way to differentiate us. Okay. So in this sense, African American functions as a pan-ethnic racial label, interchangeable with Black in data collection. Right. And then the other sense is being used as a so it's very broad and inclusive, and then is used as a specific ethnic lineage. Right. In cultural and historical discourse, African American often means the distinct ethnicity of Black people with deep generational roots in the United States, i.e. descendants of enslaved Africans brought to North America. So Jesse Jackson's usage had its intent. Describing the heritage group born from American slavery, many use African American to signify those who trace their ancestry to the freedmen of the U.S. South, as opposed to Black immigrants. In fact, the Census Bureau itself has acknowledged this narrower meaning in planning the 2010 census outreach. It defined African Americans specifically as Black people born in the United States, distinct from Black immigrants from the Caribbean or Africa. From that perspective, a Black immigrant from, say, Ghana might be racially African American, but not culturally or ethnically African American in the lineage sense. This dual usage, watch this. This is the conclusion. This dual usage causes confusion. Some Americans use African American to strictly mean Black U.S. descendant, non-immigrant, while others use it universally for all Black people in America. Because of this ambiguity, debates often arise. For example, should a Somali-born U.S. citizen be called African American? Literally, yes. They are an African person in America, like the tether on the phone just said. But many Black Americans whose families survived slavery feel that African American belongs to our unique historical experience, whereas someone whose parents voluntarily immigrated and who has a specific national heritage, like Nigerian American or Jamaican American, has a different cultural identity. Surveys have shown the Black and African American in different settings. Notably, by 2021, 58% had no preference, and the remainder were roughly evenly divided on preferring one term or the other. The key is that context matters. African American can either emphasize a historical lineage or function as a general racial descriptor. This ambiguity set the stage for new terms that aim to pinpoint lineage more clearly, such as foundational Black American. Okay, so the confusion set the stage to pinpoint lineage more clearly, such as foundational Black American. Okay. Are we all right? Are we rocking and rolling? Does it make sense? Okay. So check this out. So it says for third or fourth generation Americans, we're talking about immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean, either or both. Third and fourth of their generations in America, their parental birthplaces were U.S. So Black descendants of slavery and those of an earlier immigrant wave would all appear simply as U.S. born, Negro or Black. In other words, before 1980, there was no direct question about ancestry or ethnic origin for native born Black people before 1980. All were aggregated as Black with no routine method to separate. For example, a Black person of Haitian descent, if the family had been in the U.S. for 2 generations from a Black person descended from Alabama freedmen, the federal data treated race and ethnicity in broad strokes, typically not capturing specific lineage for Black American in regular counts. All right. So before these recent developments, there was effectively no way on standard forms to tell Black subgroups apart. Well, tell Black Americans apart from recent immigrants from Africa or the Caribbean. Okay, all were simply Black, not Hispanic in most federal statistics. Okay. Over time, pressure for accuracy and fairness, especially for civil rights monitoring and allocation of resources, led to more granularity. First through a separate ancestry question, and later in the combined race origin question. So that's us, where we were pushing like, hey, ho, this gotta stop. Okay, so the U.S. Census Bureau even acknowledged that treating the entire Black population as one monolith was problematic. Okay, so their 2010 outreach strategy deliberately segmented Black Americans into 3 communities: U.S.-born African Americans, African immigrants, and Afro-Caribbeans to improve engagement. This reflects an understanding that U.S. lineage Black Americans, you see how they're using us Black Americans to, you see how the term changes from African American to Black American. See, if they're using African American, you still won't know what they're talking about. So it says, understanding that U.S. lineage Black Americans have a distinct identity and community within the broader African diaspora. Okay, so now in the 2010s and later, discourse around lineage-based identity for Black Americans gave rise to the term foundational Black Americans, popularized by Tariq Nasheed around 2018. So FBA is an ethnonym intended to specifically denote Black Americans who are descendants of slaves in America or slavery in America on American soil. All right. So they even quote Tariq Nasheed's official website and how he defined FBA, Foundation of Black Americans. And there's a quote here: "The proud descendants of the Black men and women who endured and survived one of the greatest atrocities in human history, American slavery." Okay. These ancestors built the United States from the ground up, laying the foundation for the nation's economic, political, and cultural development. Okay. So there you go. They don't say nothing else about nobody else. No 3 stars. That is the definition. 3 stars is something else, but the definition is the definition of an FBA. Okay. So let's go down. So crucially, FBA is presented as a lineage, not an organization. The lineage has no formal membership or leadership hierarchy. Foundation of Black Americans, FBA is not a group or organization, and there is no designated leader of FBA. All right. Foundation of Black American is a lineage-based designation referring to the 40-something million Black people in the U.S. who are direct descendants of the enslaved freedmen. Okay, there you go. So why introduce FBA? Advocates argue that traditional terms like African American have become too broad or diluted or confusing, right? That this set the wave to introduce terms like ADOS and FBA to add more straightening of who is who, right? So we were black and proud, we were black and beautiful, and we were black and powerful. And then somebody said, that ain't us no more. We're going to be African American and something else. Black and beautiful, black pride, black power. That wasn't good enough. We need to drop that and become something that we have no ties to, no recollection, no experience, no history, nothing. We're going to be African American, the entire continent. An hyphenated word that is similar to recent immigrants like Italian immigrants and Irish immigrants. Those were Jesse Jackson's 2 case points that he wanted to be like. Recent immigrants, no longer black and beautiful, black and powerful, black and prideful, black and proud, which is interesting. He urged that we change it to African American, and George Bush and the American government and media said, good idea. And they went to work in 1 year. They had the whole country saying African American. So 30 years of saying we're black and powerful, black and proud, black and prideful, black and or having black pride, black beauty, all that stuff. In 30 years, that was erased in 1 year. White America said, let's get rid of that shit. These people are too proud to be who they are. It's impossible to get them to go against their own initiatives, their own narratives. We need to make them something other than. We need to detach them from being proud, empowered, and beautiful. All right. So the tether was, I kicked him off because he first told me what the rules are to my channel. He's gonna tell me how he's gonna talk to me and what I can't do. Okay, I'll let that slide. Then he's using, like, he's clearly not watching the show, because we're talking about black is synonymous with beauty, empowerment, and to be something to be proud of, not ashamed of. He comes on here and calls us Africans in America. Okay, so he's clearly either not reading the temperature in the room on purpose, or he's being deceptive and disingenuous in the door. I mean, the stage was set that we clearly prefer Black American, Foundation Black American, right? So then he finally got it, and then said, okay, you're playing semantics. So you think this whole live broadcast about playing semantics? I think I clearly demonstrated real people checking Stokely Carmichael in his face. That no, we're black. We're black. Nah, the African American stuff, that capitalism stuff. Nah, I hear what you're saying, but not that ain't us. Take that shit back to Africa somewhere. In his face. That I showed you in the 2000s, the early 2000s, black people saying that other immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean are not black, i.e., Barack Obama. So I showed you the argument. Then I showed somebody who called himself a doctor, a Pan-Africanist, was even admitting, hey, there was an argument about whether Obama's black or not, coming from Kenya. But he's saying this is semantics. So when Jesse Jackson introduced African American as replacement, was that semantics? Nah. Like, we never let go of being called black. And that's why today, if you ask an ADOS, if you ask them, hey, what are you? What do you call yourself? You might get African American, you might get Black American. But hold on. How is that even a decision? How is that even? When black did not get the same press, the same stamps, the same highlights, the same recognition as African American, it should be a blowout. You would think most of us would just say we're African American. Damn near none of us call ourselves African American in public. Okay, when you hear music, when TV shows, black. First black astronaut, first black this, first black that. Black on black crime, not African or American crime. So, logical common sense says you can't be two whole continents or a country plus a continent we've never been to. Right. That's like the most disrespectful term ever. So we're going to be a whole continent and we know nothing about the continent. No culture, no heritage, no language, no tribal. We don't know nothing there. Some of us never been there and never will go. Like there's no urge. There's no sense of like how when people take a shahada and they join Islam, there's a pilgrimage they would do in Mecca. That's something encouraged for all Muslims that take shahadas, the Eastern way to worship Islam. It's encouraged to pilgrimage to Mecca. There's no encouragement for any Black American to go to Africa as a pilgrimage. Oh boy.
Daddy? Daddy?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, get your hat. Oh, you got it. Okay. Yeah, so, but I know y'all gonna look at Kwame Ture a little different now. That dude went from black power to fight capitalism, change the world, move to Africa. Yo, what part of the memo that I didn't get, that my ancestors didn't get, where we're gonna get rid of capitalism, change the world, and move to Africa? We were black, and then Jesse Jackson urged white people. He went to white people to say, help me push this African American thing on the nation and on Black Americans. And it still didn't really work because we're calling ourselves both. So it never really replaced it. So mission failed. And it double failed because we're saying get rid of African American altogether and to just stick with Black American. Foundation Black American. Foundation Black American descendants of slavery. How about that? That's what we're pitching for. That's what we're pushing for. So, damn. Hold on. Hold on. I think I had a clip. I think I had a clip. Okay. It's not there. Let's try here. No, I know it's on one of these channels. I get it. Go back. I get it. Oh. Okay. Let me see if it's on this channel. Oh, I found it. Okay, I got it. I got it. Little soundbite.
Okay.
Like you, so that's you have to have a category of people. Like I don't even understand how we exist here. Like you can have somebody who is a Haitian American, somebody who's a Nigerian American, somebody who's a Ghanaian American, and we just get black. No, we've been here for anybody. We are ADOS. We have our own category too. True. And when you all call, if somebody says I'm a Haitian American, I don't have no problem with that. If somebody says, hey, I'm Nigerian American, I ain't got no problem with that. If somebody says, hey, my roots go all the way back to Zimbabwe or whatever, I ain't got no problem with that. But if I say I'm ADOS, all of a sudden people say I'm divisive. Why? Y'all have been saying who y'all are and taking pride in who y'all are, but I guess got to be blackity, blackity, black, black, black. That don't even make no sense no more for everything to just be black. No, everybody has a lineage and everybody should be proud of wherever they come from. Whatever your contribution is to your country, where you come from, whatever your traditions are, you should be proud of that. Be proud of who you are. But don't tell us we can't be proud of who we are and what.
Okay.
Like I'm 70% quote unquote African, 30% white, European, right?
I salute. That's fine.
You can't tell me that I'm just African though. See,
but look, you picking and choosing.
No, I'm saying I'm both. I'm both things.
Girl.
Like when you talk about when you think about the fact that slave women did not have control over their own bodies.
You're right.
Right?
Yes.
You know that you are going to, that's why we run the gamut all the way from as light as me to really dark skin. We run the gamut. That's why. So it's people want us to kind of, I don't understand the need of somebody needing me to be African. I'm an amalgamation. That's what it means to be American. That's what it means to be ADOS in this country. We are an amalgamation of different things. We are unique. So yes, some of our ancestors came over here, were brought over here, chattel slavery. That's true. Some of them intermarried. Some of them some of them come from women who were the victims of. All of that is our history. That's what we're saying. We're not saying that like African slaves, like slavery isn't a part of that and Africans weren't enslaved. We will tell you about slave revolts. We will tell you that we built this country, right? We are proud of that. So like, yes, we are different people. Melanin and kinky hair is not the thing that binds us. That's not lineage. These are traits. These are physical traits. That's not lineage. And when we talk even about reparations, Japanese people got reparations in this country.
They did.
Right? But not all Asian people. We understand the distinction between these different groups. And so the Chinese people, not even all Asians got it, right? It was just the people who had been interned. So what we're saying is you have to acknowledge these differences. That's not a reason to hate on you. That's not a reason to be mean to you. That's not a reason to just to be xenophobic towards you, but we are distinctly different groups of.
But I don't know what, you heard Tariq explain it. You heard Yvette Carnell explain it. I don't know what other, you heard how I explained it. I don't know what other way to explain it where you think it's confusing. It's real simple. Confusing is African American. It serves two purposes. It's exclusive at the same time inclusive. It's specific and then it's unspecific. Can't have that. Foundation Black American, that is completely exclusive. Completely exclusive. You need to have some lineage to U.S. chattel slavery, period. No confusion, man. Very, very exclusive. It's not all inclusive. We don't give a damn about your African ancestry if you have not went through U.S. chattel slavery. I got a clip. I think Tariq was breaking that down to somebody. What's up?
We were black.
Hey, bro.
And then Jesse Jackson
We got a
urged.
mix going wild, bro.
You got to mute your background. It's an echo.
I got you. I just
Help me push.
we got a wrench going wild.
Oh, another one.
Yeah, pennies. 02 pennies. 02 pennies.
Okay. All right. Let me see. Just trying to get it. Yeah, it's always one person that's going to rogue out. That's going to crash out. That's, who knows? Maybe he's part of that troll farm from Putin.
Bro, you cooking tonight. That's all it is, too. You bringing a lot of strange people like this.
Wait. So what were they saying about the trademark? All right, let's get into that. So look, as a matter of fact, hey Pennies, you don't have no wrench anymore, so they're going to time you out and cook you. So do me a favor, click the link. Let's talk about the trademark, my guy. I guarantee you know nothing about trademarks. Click that trademark, and we'll get school today. All right. Matter of fact, I got some audio just waiting on you. Now he said it right. Check this out. I'm ready.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up, you own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know. I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks of the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true,
Hold
sir.
on. Let me play the whole thing.
No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up, you own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know. I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks of the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no.
2,000 owners.
The word. Technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true.
Hey, Pennies, click the link, man, so you get educated on trademarking things, okay? Or anybody who agrees with this troll calling about trademarks, click the link. Let's have a brief discussion about trademarking things, but don't try to determine the rules. You're going to come over here and be regulated, okay?
Sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't come?
Sir, let's talk.
All right. So let me get into it real briefly. Okay. So trademark and FBA is not equal to owning people, a lineage, or an identity. Okay. A trademark protects branding, not people, fool. And he said patent. Like these dummies be saying patent. Like they don't understand the difference between a patent and a trademark. All right. So before I do that,
about your African lineage, because you are African.
Everybody's African.
No, don't try to play the out of Africa trick with me, sir. You are an African American.
Everybody has African DNA.
Yours is more recent than everyone, right?
No.
Yes.
Nobody in my family has been in Africa for centuries. It's not recent, sir.
Well, on the grand scale of the world, it is recent.
No.
400 years is recent on the grand scheme of humankind.
No, because there was an ethnogenesis. So everybody came from Africa at one point. You don't call Jamaicans Afro or African Jamaicans. They're just Jamaicans, and they've been here around the same time as us. Why don't you call them African Jamaicans?
Well, they don't deny their African roots.
Then why don't you call them? I don't deny it either. I just said I have African roots like everybody on the planet. So why don't you call them African Jamaicans? Why are you trying to Africanize me, sir?
Well, I can understand where you're going with that. I get that. Yes, I understand.
All right. So now let me. So a guy called on my show and brought up the trademark thing too. This bushmeat dude. Listen to this. Okay, stop. I'll do it. Go over there. Common sense.
And then you could go, I'm sourcing up. I just want to source up real quick to show you. 2 is strictly a lineage. It's not an organization. It's not a group, et cetera, et cetera. It is strictly a lineage, right? So that's statement number 1. And then statement number 2 is I own the trademark to foundational Black Americans. Are those 2 statements reconcilable?
No.
Yes. Yes,
No,
they
it's
are.
not.
Why would you wait? Brother.
No, it's not. It's not reconcilable.
Stick up in unbiased. Let me just read this real quick, and then
it's common sense.
And then you could go. I'm sourcing up. I just want to source up real quick to show the FBAs that it is not just a lineage, right? So it says here, foundational Black Americans, trademark details, status 630, new application, serial number has it right there, word mark, foundational Black Americans, status date, March 16th, 2022, filing date March 13th, 2022. So it's probably been approved by now. I don't know, right?
Yeah.
It says here, statements, disclaimer with predetermined text, foundational Black Americans, goods and services, advertising and marketing, stream audio-visual and audio-visual material via a global computer network, streaming of video material on the internet, video streaming services via the internet, featuring independent films and movies, international class, advertising, business management, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Class codes, blah, 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 has all the relevant details. We're going to keep going down. Current trademark owners. What does it say right there?
That's smart. Tariq Nasheed. Yeah, that's smart.
So it's not just a lineage.
Okay. No. Okay, wait. Okay,
that's a lie.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so he just 14'd me. Like he tiptoed, twist, trolled, and tapped out. Okay, yeah. Now, a trademark protects branding, not people. So when Tariq Nasheed trademarked FBA, what he protected, if valid and enforced, is the use of the term in specific commercial context for things like media, merchandise, events, or content branding. What a trademark does not do, it does not give ownership over a lineage. It does not grant authority over who is FBA and who isn't. It does not make someone the leader of a people. It does not create or erase ancestry. You cannot trademark an ethnic group, a bloodline, a population, a historical experience. Okay. If that were possible, then Jewish would be owned by one rabbi because that's trademark. Italian American would belong to one family, trademark. Black American will already be privatized, trademark. So that's absurd, and the law does not allow it. But why do these trolls, these tethers, these people pretend trademark equals leadership? Okay, this is mostly rhetorical sabotage, not confusion. All right. So what they're trying to pull is this. They don't like Tariq's influence. They're jealous. They can't beat the core FBA lineage argument. You see, they come on here, every last one of them get cooked, even the recent guy who just called in. So they frame Tariq Nasheed as the leader so they can do what? Try to get a W. Attack him personally. discredit the identity through association. Say if Tariq is wrong, FBA is wrong. If he goes to jail, FBA goes to jail. If Tariq is sued, FBA is sued. So that's why they want to attach Tariq to the lineage, which you can't do. Okay, so that is a classic poison the well fallacy. So that fallacy is called, that argument where they want to pin everything on Tariq and everything is following him and depends on his success. Okay, that is called poison the well fallacy. FBA is a self-identifying ethnonym, not a membership organization. There is no central authority, no enrollment office, no pope, so to speak. Tariq is a prominent voice, not a sovereign. All of us have a voice. I keep saying that. Okay, every American has a voice. All right. So you don't stop being FBA because Tariq says something you disagree with, someone doesn't like his tone, a Pan-Africanist is mad at his platform. Ethnic identity is not revoked by YouTube commentary, okay? So trademark, again, it doesn't equate to ethnonym control, which is a key legal distinction. So trademark, what is trademark governance? Commercial use of words, logos in specific markets. Ethnonyms, what do they govern? Social identity formed by shared history, lineage, culture. Lineage, what does it govern? Biological plus historical descent. Leadership, what does that govern? Organizational authority over members. A trademark only touches the first row. Commercial use of words, logos in specific markets. That's it. Now, can trademarking a word make sense? So there is a legitimate reason to trademark a term like FBA. It is to stop tethers and trolls and corporations or bad actors from exploiting the name, to prevent dilution, deceptive commercial use, to protect a media brand attached to the term. That's defensive. That's defending, okay, not ethnic ownership. So now, many movements had already done that. The civil rights organizations, political slogans, cultural initiatives. None of that means one person owned the people. Okay. So if Tariq, so now they'll say if Tariq isn't the leader, why does his definition matter? Okay. So it doesn't automatically matter. I keep trying to tell you that. Tariq Nasheed has a website that's one of 43 million websites that can exist. There's no end all be all website. There's no end all be all requirement. We all got to agree, or at least the consensus. We got to come to an agreement, the majority of us, and that is it. I said before, initially to be FBA, the requirements were one parent, U.S. chattel slavery experience. Well, that wasn't airtight, obviously, because then Drake would be part of the FBA lineage, and Liberians also would be FBA, but they're not. So don't they all have one parent and U.S. chattel slavery lineage? Yes, but there's more to it. See, we tighten it up. So we have the right to tighten up things so people just don't slip in. This is only 7 to 8 years old. We got time to get it right. That song, take your time and do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it too. Yeah, we're going to take our time and do it right. You dig? And I'm proposing who's black and who isn't to that whole argument to requirement FBA. Not only you're not FBA, you're not even black. Not in this country. Okay. So, so people focus on Tariq instead of the definition, which is clear. The definition is clear, U.S. chattel slavery, and a couple other things, right? So they rather argue the flags, the 3 stars, personalities, vibes, tone, YouTube clips. This is their stance. This is why they got to make somebody a leader. They need somebody to attack. They need somebody to defame, because they think attacking one person, defaming one person, or they want to believe attacking one person, defaming one person, beating up one person, whatever, one person, that the whole lineage fall behind one person. No, you're mad that that doesn't happen. The lineage continues no matter who's dead, who's alive, who's in jail, who's sued, who's not sued, who's successful, who's a failure. The lineage continues. No one person, no 2 persons, no 100 people stop the lineage. Matter of fact, half the lineage could perish. The lineage still goes on. 80, 90% of the lineage can perish or be re-enslaved. The lineage still goes on. with that 10%. It keeps moving. Nobody stops. Nobody's bigger than the lineage. Nobody's equal to the lineage. The lineage keeps going. All right. Now I know y'all ain't want to hear that. The haters,
Well, if you have a pet,
yeah, but that's a fact. We're taking black back. Okay, let me see. Any more? Now we got bring. Hey, listen, you ain't got to troll in the chat. There's a link right there you can click. Right? So SL, you want to say something real quick before I close out?
No, bro. I was just getting on so you can check that out in the chat. And like you cooking today, bro. You know what I'm saying? And thank you for all your work. I just wanted to come in and say that. I'm gonna drop back down.
All right. Okay, yes. My brother sent this link. So let me play this. He advised me to play this link right here. You see this about.
To use the term black power, SNCC had already decided this before the march. That must be properly understood. We decided to use the march for an education purpose. Number one, we wanted to push strongly our struggle against the war in Vietnam. So people will look clearly at the merit of the march. You will see anti-Vietnam propping up here. King wasn't using it then, but you will see this is one of the areas where we started to hit him with it seriously. Our march was to put strong nationalism in, to have direct leadership from us, and of course to throw out black power for the mass of the people. Now, I myself have been in Greenwood, Mississippi since early '60. I'd worked in the project there, and when head of the second congressional district, this was our base. So I had spent time in the jail in Greenwood so many times. The police knew me, the police chief knew me, everyone in the town knew me. So we decided Greenwood, it was SNCC's strongest base in the Delta. We couldn't go wrong. Unfortunately for the police, we went to set up some tents there, and the police decided to arrest me. Okay, so before I was arrested, we were discussing Greenwood. This is where we will launch Black Power. So when I got arrested, Ricks was on the side there when the police said, "Let them arrest you. We'll get you out of jail and you come out and make the speech tonight." And he disappeared. Well, you know how Rick speaks. So anyway, I went to jail. But I was brought out, and when I was released, it was at night, the speech was going on, and when I came to the speech, I wasn't lying. Ricks came back, he said, "We have everything prepared, we're ready for Black Power, we've spoke about it all day, we've primed up the people," and luckily for us, our biggest problem was Martin Luther King, because I knew that once Black Power was said, Martin Luther King would have to come, not fight against it, but would his best try to give reasonings to water it down. But luckily for us, the night in Greenwood, King had to go to do a taped television thing, I think, for Meet the Press. So he had to go to Memphis. So he was not there the night in Greenwood. Ricks had everybody primed. He said, "Just get to your speech. We're going against freedom now. We're going for Black Power. Don't hit too much on freedom now, but hit the need for power." So we built up on the need for power. And just when I got there, before I got it, Ricks was there saying, "Hit him now, hit him now." And I kept saying, "Give me time, give me time." When we finally got it and we dropped it, Black Power, of course, they had been primed and they responded immediately. But I myself, to be honest, I didn't expect that enthusiastic response. You know, and the enthusiastic response obviously not only shocked me, but gave me more energy to carry it on further. By the time we got down that night, SCLC was running around everywhere. We knew it was finished. We had made our victory. They could not bring it back. It was over.
There you go. So that's some background of Black Power. Very cool history. Okay. Let me see. Anything else before we get Yeah. He was out of pocket. Yeah, so it's like he underestimated our influence. Which is okay. He's not from the lineage. But for him to come back and go against Black Power, that's the problem we had. Okay, and that seems to be the same storyline with certain riders. Like they usually come back and go against, or at some point contradict themselves. Like Marcus Garvey was supposed to be for the people, supposed to be a solution, but what'd he do? He ended up being an enemy. He ended up sabotaging, undermining, and setting Black people back for another 100 years, or another 50 years at least. Okay. That's how it should have always been. We got lion imagery in the building. Yeah, so everybody make sure if you're here for the first time, you definitely want to like the video, subscribe, click the notification bell, because most likely I already made you a moderator. And when I make you a moderator, that means that you're either of the lineage or you support the lineage. So we got some nice likes in there. Yeah, man, I thought this was a very productive. We got Miss D, 6 Women Sports in the building. So I thought this was a dope, productive live. Let me throw in, I'm trying to see which song y'all like the most. Let me throw in I was gonna do it all about the lineage or my house. So I'm gonna throw in a quick song. I gotta take a commercial break. I need some water. Here's a quick lineage song, FBA song. There you go.
No disrespect in my house, 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 in my house. No, none at all. Visitors should be thankful, but don't come at all. Come at all. No disrespect in my house, 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 in my house. Visitors should be thankful, or don't come at all. Where was the xenophobia when we were fighting with Ethiopia? Where were the bros when we exposed King and Leopold? Where were the vision for righteous when we fought for laws that made y'all migrants? Some grateful, some hateful, but all put up to our table and pulled out with a plate full. All put up to our table and pulled out with a plate full. No disrespect in my house, 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 visitors should be thankful, or don't come at all. No disrespect in my house, 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 in my house. Visitors should be thankful, or don't come at all. Where was the xenophobia when we were fighting with Ethiopia? Where were the bros when we exposed King Leopold? Where were the visa for righteous when we fought for laws that made y'all migrants? Some grateful, some hateful, but all put up to our table and pulled out with a plate full. All put up to our table and pulled out with a plate full. No disrespect in my house, 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 in my house. Visitors should be thankful, or don't come at all. No disrespect in my house, 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 in my house. Visitors should be thankful, or don't come at all. It's all about the lineage, baby. It's all about the lineage, baby. It's all about the lineage, baby. politicians, we got lawyers for you. But don't knock us for being great. Delineate. And now we're singing, hey. It's all about the lineage, baby. 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 Can't nobody take our pride. Can't nobody hold us down, no. We gotta keep on moving. They keep on moving the goalposts. Oh no, no. Broken alliance everywhere. Broken arrows in every spear. Let's be very clear. We ain't letting up. We ain't getting up. It's our throne. We built it. It's our home. Take your shoes off. It's all about the lineage, baby. 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 Now what y'all wanna be? FBA, ADOF, Freeman Indigenous. We got shot callers, we got activists, we got politicians, we got lawyers for you. But don't knock us for being great. Delete it. Now we're seeing, hey, yeah. Can't nobody take a pride. Can't nobody hold us down, no. We gotta keep on moving. We keep on moving the goals. Oh no. Broken alliance everywhere. Broken arrows in every spear. Let's be very clear. We ain't letting up. We ain't getting up. It's our throne. We built it. It's our home. Take your shoes off. It's all about the lineage, baby. 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 Y'all like the way we go, right there, like that. Never disrespect the lineage. I swear we can really be a worst nightmare. Say our name, say our name, say our name, and we're right there, right there. Right there, right there, right there, right there. Y'all like the way we glow, right there, right there. Never disrespect the lineage. I swear we can really be a worst nightmare. Say our name, say our name, say our name, and we're right there. Right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. Y'all like the way we go, right there, right there. Never disrespect the lineage. I swear we can really be a worst nightmare. Say our name, say our name, say our name, and we're right there, 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 right there. Y'all like the way we glow, right there, right there. Never disrespect the lineage, I swear. We can really be a worst nightmare. Say our name, we're right there, right there, right there. Y'all like the way we glow, right there. Never disrespect the lineage, I swear. We can really be a worst nightmare. Say our name, we're right there, right there, right there. disrespect the lineage, I swear. We can really be your worst nightmare. Say her name, we're right there.
The subject matter.
Okay, so since you put how is question, so I can answer that.
It's a rhetorical question, Shambe. It's to point out an obvious truth. All I want you to answer to me is how Caribbean culture isn't degenerative, but Black American culture is. You told me that white Americans' proximity to Black Americans has had a cultural influential impact on Black Americans, which has pervaded us to the point it's made us degenerative. And then Black American culture, hold on, let me stop. I'm not agreeing to you. Then you said Black American, I'm not agreeing to you. Then you said, Shambe, let me finish saying what I'm saying for the record. Let me finish what I'm saying for the record, right? Then you said that Black American culture is now being transmitted to the rest of the world and spreading the degeneracy that was spread to it. So I asked you, Shambe, how is Caribbean culture non-degenerative, but Black American culture is degenerative? And you had explained to me what I just aforementioned. And then I asked you, Shambe, then I told you, Shambe, this is why the FBA delineation has come into fruition, because you're supplanting or putting Caribbean and African culture above Black American culture. And I have yet to show you the degeneracy in mass in the Caribbean culture, and I haven't even gone into the African culture's degeneracy, which is above Black American culture degeneracy. So now, again, I'll reinstate my question to you, Shambe. Explain to me how Caribbean culture is not degenerative, but Black American culture is degenerative. Through examples, explain to me how Caribbean culture is not degenerative, but Black American culture is degenerative. That's all I want. I don't want anything else. I just want the explanation.
Okay, so I let you talk and I didn't cut you off.
1 minute. I'm not going to say anything, Shambe. Go ahead.
You just I don't want to talk. Yeah, I don't want to talk. So let me put this on the record. Let me. Is
this not bitch shit? Is this not bitch shit?
Oh my God!
Is this not bitch shit? I don't want to talk to you while I'm on the phone with you. Is this not bitch shit? I have to.
So
I have to. This is what you want me to massage your ego and assist you in controlling your emotions in order for you to respond like a man, Shambe. That's not manly, bro.
Okay,
men don't do that, Shambe.
Let me say this to you. Right?
When a man asks another man a question, he just wants the answer to that question. Can I get a direct answer to the question of how Caribbean culture is not degenerative, but how Black American culture is degenerative?
Okay,
Can I just get the answer to that question?
Let me say this to you, right? What I'm saying to you,
60 seconds. I'm not saying anything. Go ahead, my brother.
So you said you was going to say this. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to say to you for 60 seconds, right? Let me show you what a man does. You getting loud, you getting belligerent, you cutting me off. I'm calm. I'm being very monotone. I'm keeping my composure as a man, as a grown man. You keep saying this not what a man do, is bitch shit, while you're yelling, you're getting loud. You're cutting me off. You're not allowing me to talk until right now. And that's what I'm gonna yield my time to show you, since you recording this, that you, young grasshopper, are the complete version of the male that doesn't have any control of his emotions, because at the end of the day, as a man is not going to let you control his answers and how he answers. That's what bitches do. So you keep saying, oh, this bitch shit. No, that's what you doing. You trying to control how I answer, what I say, what I don't say. That's why I'm saying I'm not going to talk to you, because as a man yields his power. So I respect your power as a man, but you definitely going to respect my power as a man. So you're not going to tell me how you are going to dictate how I answer and what I answer. And I'm going to be like, yeah, okay, I'm going to just answer it like this because you said so. That's not what men do. So when I don't talk to you, It's not because I'm doing bitch shit. It's because I'm doing man shit. And men don't let nobody dictate how they're going to go about being a man. And that's the reason why I'm saying, if you continue in this fashion, if you continue to cut me off, if you continue to be belligerent, if you can, I don't care what you say. I don't care about insults and I'm more intelligent. None of that bothers me because I know myself and I know the greatness of myself. So none of that even bothers me. But we can't have a conversation if you're going to cut me off and tell me, I just want you to say this and don't want me to explain myself the way I want to explain myself. You're not going to do that to me, my man. So that's what I'm going to say. Now, if you want me to answer the question now, I will answer the question. But on the record, on the recording record, I just had to let you know when you play this back that you're not going to dictate how and what I say. And if you choose to do that, then I'm not going to talk to you because I'm being a man, because you're not going to dictate what
okay, I'll let you talk for over a minute and 30 seconds uninterrupted, Sean. Sure. I'm gonna keep it to 1 minute because, like I said, you're long-winded as the word you would use. I would just say you be monologuing instead of dialoguing, but I'll let you use the words that you choose. Nonetheless, if I ask you what's 1 + 1 and you tell me, well, math, we would have to go into calculations, and calculations comes from the year 1840. When you go into all of that right there, you're not answering my question. Me telling you that it's simply the numerical answer that I'm looking for is not me controlling how you answer the question. It's me keeping you honest to how the question is supposed to be answered. So let me clear that up, number one. Number two, my question has still yet to be answered. How is Caribbean culture not degenerative, but Black American culture is? I've never got that answer yet. There's been no example. I'm still waiting on that. I yield the floor. I'll give you a minute to speak just to answer that question. You're getting time to give your explanation. You said Caribbean culture is not degenerative. Okay, you answered that segment of the question. Still waiting for your explanation of how Caribbean culture is not degenerative. I shouldn't notice degeneracy in Caribbean culture if it's not degenerative. So can you please, for the billionth time, explain to me how Caribbean culture comparatively is not degenerative like Black American culture, which you identify is?
Okay, now that thank
26
you.
minutes. What is this? 26 minutes, 30 seconds on the phone right now.
Okay.
So by 27, Sean Bay, I'll say something. Go ahead, my brother.
No, after 60 seconds, you say something. So in Caribbean culture, it's still customary to respect elders in this day and age, right? I'm gonna just keep it on Caribbean culture, and then we're gonna make the comparison. In Caribbean culture, it's still customary to respect your elders, right? In Caribbean culture, when you come in the house, it's still customary to speak to your parents, right? When you leave out, say good morning, good night, hello, just basic manners, right? In Caribbean culture, right? In Caribbean culture, it is still customary to eat at the table with your family, right? If you don't do that, then that's looked at as being negative, as you're being disrespectful, right? Caribbean culture is still customary to respect religion, to go into a church dressed a certain way, to carry yourself with respect and dignity up until currently. Because remember, I said to you, Caribbean culture is becoming degenerate. Yes, right. So that is still customary in Caribbean communities and Caribbean culture. It's still customary to work together. If you notice, Caribbean people have so many businesses, right? This is what the Black Americans get mad about, because Caribbean culture, right? People work together. You come to this country, your family comes and they live together. They help them build up a financial backing. They help them start businesses. They help them start going to school. They get into higher education. It's still customary at this point for Caribbeans to get into higher education of business and entrepreneurship and education and in higher institutions of learning. That's still the customs to this day, which is waning, but that's still customary, right? In Caribbean culture, it's still, like I said again, it's still okay, because you want to talk about the baby mother stuff, right? So families, the nuclear family still exists. I can truly say that men be having multiple women and multiple children other places, but they'll have a wife somewhere. But hey, that happened in Africa. People had multiple children and multiple women. That's not Caribbean. They do that in Africa.
Wow.
They've been doing that. You get what I'm saying? So
that's crazy.
So you said you wasn't going to say nothing.
Yeah, it's been over 2 minutes. No, I didn't. Once again, you proved
2 minutes.
We started at see, and I said it on the record, so we could go back and replay it. I said at 26 minutes 30 seconds you started talking. It's 29:22. I cut in way after the time. So please stop. You're not keeping track of when you're talking, and I told you you're long-winded.
You know why? Listen.
But all I said was wow. All I said was wow.
Let me answer that because
no. I want you to keep on the Caribbean point. I want you to keep on the Caribbean point. I don't want you to veer off. I want you to keep on the Caribbean point.
Let me keep on the Caribbean point and let me say this to you.
Go ahead, keep on the Caribbean point.
You wanna make it 30 seconds, 60 seconds.
I know I gave you a minute. I gave you over 2 minutes.
Giving me a minute.
I gave you over 2 minutes, Shambe.
Let me answer the question.
I'm still letting you answer the question.
Once again, you showing no discipline because
let me explain. No discipline when I gave you the term limit.
Because I'm answering, I'm responding to what you said, and you continuing to cut me off as usual. What I'm saying to you is, once again, like the pervasion of degenerate culture, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You can't tell me you want to answer and say that I'm not answering. And now when I do answer, now you want to cut my answer to 60 seconds. And if I continue to answer longer than you, I didn't go off topic like you said I did. I didn't go veer off like you said I did. I stayed on the topic. I didn't make no comparisons. Hold on.
You said enough for us to address by now after the time limit.
I didn't make no comparisons. I didn't say like American culture. Nope. I kept it on Caribbean culture like you said you wanted, but yet
by default you made a comparison. By default, you made a comparison.
I didn't make a comparison.
Yeah, because you said that Jamaicans go to church dressed in a certain way. So you're making a comparison saying Black Americans go to church dressed a different type of way.
No, that's your
by
assumption.
Default.
That's your assumption. No, it ain't.
So what would you be bringing that up for if you're showing the lack of degeneracy? It's showing a comparison, correct?
Because your whole question was a comparative question. So there's no need for you to say that. You gave me a comparison question. So
then admit that you're comparing by. I'm not saying that I didn't. I'm saying admit that you're comparing by default. You just said no, I'm not. Yes, you are by default. If you're saying that Caribbeans leave the house and say goodbye to their parents, then by default you're saying Black Americans don't. If you're saying that Caribbeans go to church dressed a certain way, because you're showing the comparison that shows the lack of degeneracy in Caribbean culture, then by the comparison, you're saying that Black Americans don't go to church dressed this certain way. You're by default showing a comparison. When your time was over, Shambe, I was been supposed to cut in. I gave you another minute. So I'm not showing a lack of discipline. You're showing a lack of time management. There's a difference between the two. There's no lack of discipline on my part. But you were about to go into the baby motherhood. Now, remember, I already had taught you that baby mother, baby father, those words, earliest recordation is in Jamaican culture. Nowhere else in the world. It's in Jamaican culture. So its origin, etymologically, which you can look this up and anyone could, it's in Jamaican culture. Can you address that, Shambe? Because you didn't know that when I first told it to you. So can you address it now because you've had enough time to research it? Baby mother culture is Caribbean, Jamaican by nature. I'm asking you to explain that, because if that's not degenerative, I don't know what the fuck is. Still waiting for the response. What time is it? I'm gonna give you the time frame because I don't want you to think I'm cutting into you.
Listen to me.
It's 33 minutes, 15 seconds now. So I'm going to yield the floor. When it's 34 seconds, I'll be able to respond to you.
Okay, yield the floor. So this is what I'm gonna say to you, right? What I'm gonna say to you is this. Once again, you're not going to dictate what I say. The bottom line is you ask me a question And then I'm answering the question, and now you kind of put a stipulation on my answer. And once again, you're not taking accountability. There's no need for you to say, oh, you're making a comparison. You're trying to put Black Americans when your whole question was a comparative question. So there's no need for you to like do a double negative, right? And say that but this is once again, there's no accountability in your culture at this point. No accountability, right? So there's no need to shift it on to me and say, by you saying this, you're saying that Black America. Well, but you asked me, you told me that Caribbean culture is way more degenerate, right? And that was okay for you to say. So now when I'm giving you my answers, right now, you trying to shift it on me and say, well, you're saying this. No, I'm just responding to what you said, because I never said that Caribbean culture was better. I never said that American culture was worse. What I said to you was because of, I didn't. I said that it is becoming degenerate.
But you said that Black American culture was degenerative and Caribbean culture wasn't degenerative. You don't see that.
It don't matter what I see. It matters that you not letting me speak without cutting me off. It don't matter what I speak.
You're way past the.
No, I'm not. I'm not way past. I'm not looking. This time I'm looking at my clock. I only spoke for 40 seconds.
What wrong?
This time I'm looking at my clock.
I said it was 33:15. It is 33. Pardon me, it's 35:07. I cut in at 34:40 something. That's over a minute. I'm not cutting you off. Watch your clock properly. I'm not cutting you off.
Yo, let me say something to you,
I'm
bro.
giving you the minute floor.
All right, give me the floor. Give me the floor. Give me the floor. I'm glad. I'm glad. Oh my God.
I'm giving you time frame so that you know I'm not cutting you off. It's 35, 34, 35 now. I'm giving you the floor. I won't say anything until 36:40. Go ahead.
So listen, I'm not keeping so here's the thing. My clock says 5:42.
Okay,
so I started. No, say, don't cut me off. You just said you wasn't gonna say nothing.
I'm not.
You are talking. It don't matter what I said. You said, listen.
Shambe, just
listen.
Stop being petty. It's 30.
I'm not being petty. Yo, you are unbelievable, bro. Listen, let me tell you something.
To a time frame so that we don't go over. That's order.
All right, no, you have no order, because you just said I'm not going to say something, and when I said my clock says 4:40, 5:42, you said something, but it don't matter what I say. The bottom line, listen. Let me tell you what, man. You don't have to tell me that. You don't have to tell me that. I'm gonna tell you why.
Keep talking for an hour, so
I didn't talk for. I wasn't even on the phone with you for an hour. Like, you on drugs or something?
We've been on the phone for 36 minutes, my brother.
And you just said an hour. You've been like, you're talking for an hour. We only been on the phone for 36 minutes.
Let you keep talking. You will be talking for an hour. You have bad listening skills. 36:50 right now, Shambe. I'm not gonna say anything until 37. Go ahead, my brother. And it's 5:43. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying to you is this, man. You take no accountability, and that's your culture. That's what has become of your culture. Nobody takes accountability. The women don't take accountability. The men don't take accountability. You take no accountability. And that's white man culture, because the white man will rape the world and say, and give you excuses on why it's okay. And that's how Black people have become. That's how you have become. That's what you're doing on this phone right now. When you do something, you're giving all of these stipulations and these reasons why it's okay. When I do something, you're trying to hold me to, and I'm not even really doing nothing right now. What I'm doing is talking, and you continuing to cut me off, and then you say, oh, I cut you off because of this. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do that. And you don't even see yourself because of the mental illness right now that's going on because of the white man. So right now I've got 8 seconds, right? And I'm telling you, I'm not going to continue to adhere to this 60-second stuff, because I can't even answer my question, and I'm going to stop.
Shambe, the reason that you can't answer your question is because you don't know how to get to the point. The way I answer these questions in less than a goddamn minute is the same way you could do the exact same thing. You're just not used to dialoguing. You're used to that shit y'all been doing in y'all era.
Wait, can I just say something real quick? No, can I just say something real quick?
I don't mind you doing that because I don't mind
You
dialogue.
obviously do. Can I say something to you real quick?
I don't mind. Of course you can. I'm showing you. I don't.
Let me say this to you. Let me say this to you.
But for the record, you did just cut into my time.
Let me say this to you. No, you could yield. You could double your time after I say this. What I'm saying to you is this. You're a liar, and you lied just now, because I proved to you while I was telling you about Black Caribbean culture. I didn't veer off. I didn't go. I stayed on the topic, and my answer was longer than 1 minute. So it wasn't that, I can answer this. And I could go on and on and on with the answer. You just didn't think that I would be able to give you a long answer that I did. And once I continued to go, you cut me off, and then you said the time and this and that. But I stayed on topic. I stayed on point. I didn't veer off, and I was still answering the question. So for you to just say just now that, oh, you can't answer the question and monologue and dialogue, that's a complete lie, because 5 minutes ago when I was answering the question that you also lied and said that I didn't and I couldn't answer the question, while I was answering the question, you cut me off while I was still continuing to answer the question. So you can't have, this is what I'm saying to you. You all want it, you want it both ways, and you can't have it both ways. You can't tell me to answer the question, and then you can't say, but I need it to be on this time, but I need you not to veer off, but I need it in 30 seconds, but that's fucking mania. That's mania. That's mania. That's not like comprehensive. That's like it is mania. It is mania. It's confusion. You can't listen. Let me show you.
The reason I felt that you didn't answer the question, I say, what you did.
Now you telling me about your feelings. I'm not telling you about your feelings. I'm telling you about the facts. You just said the way you felt. I don't care about how you felt. I'm telling you about the facts.
Yesterday is because you veered off. The way I'm keeping you honest today, is through the time limit. The time limit creates the lack of confusion because it keeps us within a frame to where we could immediately go back and reference what the other person said. This is why I put the time limit into effect. It's, as I've said before, if I don't, you will literally talk for an hour. Everyone I've had on the phone with you has told you that, Shambe, you're long-winded. You don't want to accept it, and that's cool. That's your own delusion. I don't care. It has nothing to do with me. I only want the answers to the questions that I'm asking. All that other shit don't mean nothing to me. I'm still waiting, or I'm still allowing you to express how Caribbean culture isn't degenerative. Because when you're done,
what do you mean? I did for like 2 minutes.
Oh, no problem. Because this is all recorded. So, and you gave me your permission. Because I never want to record another man without his own permission. You gave me your permission to record you, so we can go and dissect this later. I'm trying to remember all of the things you said, but one of the things you said I remember that I'm gonna go into addressing was you compared Caribbeans, and this is what most immigrants do, which is
wait, hold on. Do you got a time period right now? Hold on. Let me give you before you start. I'm gonna give you 60 seconds.
Yeah, no problem.
Hold on, no. Hold on. No, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Let me get my clock. I'm gonna give you 60 seconds.
Yep, and then you could cut in.
No, I'm not going to cut in. I'm going to wait till you finish. I'm going to stop you at 60 seconds. I'm not going to cut in because that's disrespectful.
It's not disrespectful.
Go.
Yeah, so it's 42:10 now. So about 43.
I'm at 4 seconds in now. Go.
No problem. About 43.
Go. It's 8 seconds in now. Go.
You're still cutting into my time, are you not? By telling me to go, you don't think I know that it's my time? I'm saying this for the record. I don't need that much time. I'm good with dialogue, and I don't monologue. It's 5:49 right now. By 5:50, I'll be more than done. Caribbean culture is not degenerative, is your stance. Black American culture is degenerative. By default of saying that, you put one above the other. Caribbeans, specifically Jamaicans, because you're a Jamaican American. I'm a Black American. We're two ethnically different people. We're racially the same in being Black. Caribbeans have always, Shambe, throughout the course of their history, had that baby mother issue. Can you address that degeneracy? All baby mothers are hoes. And
stop. 60 seconds. Stop.
It hasn't hit 50 yet.
Stop. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's still 5:49.
Yes, no.
It's still 5:49. I'm literally talking at 5:41.
No, I got the time clock.
I don't
got
even
the stopwatch on 1 minute.
I don't mind. Go ahead. I don't mind. I didn't even be able to get my pointer off. Go ahead. I don't mind.
All right. So, and when I hit 1, I'm gonna hit my time clock.
Let me know when you're ready to.
When I hit 1, I don't need all this extra like talk. Like I'm smart. When I hit 1, like you need. When I hit 1, I'm gonna hit my time clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
43.
All right. So here's the thing. This is what I'm gonna say to you, right? Because you looking at things from a Eurocentric view, Black people, Africans, not only Africans, Indians, all other indigenous people to the planet Earth have had multiple women with multiple wives and multiple children and multiple families. It happens in Black American culture. Grandpapa was a Rolling Stone. They make songs about it in Black American culture. So don't try to say like it's a Caribbean thing because you read on Google that this can't baby mother the term, but the actual action has been going on for millennia. It's in the Bible. It's in the Medunetta. It's in the Quran. Black people have always had multiple wives, multiple women, multiple children, always. Now, in this racial society, this is how you see it, and I'll yield my time. That was good enough for me to say that.
Shambe. I thank you for.
Hold on, no, we're gonna wait. No, we ain't talking until no, because we're gonna stay on your shit. We're gonna stay on your shit. 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
40 is 5:51, 45:10. So by 46:10, I need to be done. Baby mother culture. The idea of having kids outside of marriage is not in the Bible. It is not promoted in the Bible. Nowhere. I don't know what you're talking. And I'm an atheist, and I know that ain't there. The promotion of that. You're not supposed to have kids until you're married in the Bible. There's supposed to be a marital union. Stop trying to escape accountability, as you say that Black Americans try to escape by pushing this shit off onto the white man. The white man didn't force the white man. After slavery, Black Americans were married at a higher rate than white Americans up until the 1960s. How come that wasn't the case in Jamaica? Yield my time.
Okay, so hold on. Nope, we're gonna do your shit. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. Second of all, atheists or not, you need to read the Bible, because in the Bible they had something called concubines, and Abraham got his concubines pregnant. And concubines are not women that you're married to. Those are like modern day side bitches that your wife knows about. So like I always got to teach you, because you don't know what you think you know. So to say that in the Bible they didn't have that, blah, 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 yes they did. And they were called concubines, and many biblical people got their concubines pregnant in the Bible and Quran. So that's wrong for you, number one. Number two, what I'm trying to tell you is you are on this us better than them. You're saying we're better than you. I'm telling you, slavery fucked up the family union in all of us. Right? So they've taken something that is natural and broken it because of slavery. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I condone that. What I'm saying to you is it's something that's natural, as us having multiple women and multiple families. And because of enslavement, it has been perverted and made wrong. Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Shambe, you the one thing that you and other Pan-Africanists do, what time is it? It's 5:50.
Yeah, hold on. No, hold on. We gotta both be on the same accord. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2,
47,
go.
35. 48, 35. I'm that's my time. You can interrupt. Stop. One thing that you and other Pan-Africanists do, you try to use the white man as a scapegoat for Black degeneracy wherever it's at. Black people had problems before the white man. Black people will have problems after the white man. The baby mother culture that has its birthplace in Jamaica has nothing to do with it's been going on in Africa all this time. It has nothing to do with that, Shambe. This is because Black Americans didn't have that degeneracy until recently, and you're still not addressing why that degeneracy. Because there's no way you're going to say baby mother culture isn't a problem, because the statistics show that kids raised in baby mother parental units have the worst outcomes of them all. Period. That's across the board. Doesn't matter African, Caribbean, Black American, nowhere. It's always the same thing. We're all human, so we all are going to fall subject to the same things. I'm still waiting for you to address the degeneracy that's in Caribbean culture.
Stop. That's it. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. Now this is beautiful because you're doing what you continue to do, right? You're moving the goalposts and you changing. So first of all, what you said to me was, tell me why Caribbean culture is not degenerate. And I gave you 2 minutes worth of answering. And in that last 5 seconds, right, I gave you what you wanted, which was the baby mother thing. But you're not addressing the whole fucking 1 minute and 58 seconds of the things that I did say. But let me say this to you as a nail in your coffin. It don't matter if you want to say that Caribbean culture is more degenerate. American culture popularized the baby mother. Most people don't even know that baby mother came from Jamaican culture. So if allegedly Jamaican culture started it, goddamn it, Black American culture perfected it and broadened it to the world. So take that. So if one was better than the other, like you're trying to say, then Black Americans would have rejected that Black Caribbean baby mother culture, but they didn't. They embraced it. They fucking took it on full-fledged. They brought it to places where no Jamaicans, I'm sure was no Jamaicans in Mississippi ever been, and they fucking wore it as a badge of honor, and they fucking making it their culture. Time. Yes, sir. You got it. Time.
You're trying to bingo. That's why I had got it. The blacks propagating.
Address what the fuck I said, boy. Hold on. 5. Hold on, King. Hold on. 5, 4. No, I ain't cutting in. I'm gonna make sure I put my time clock. We gonna do it your way. 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
35. So 50, 51, 35. I gotta be done. Black hip hop propagating terms like baby mother doesn't at all absolve Caribbeans from creating the term for the reality, which was their own and still is their own. I'm still waiting for you to address baby mother culture in the Caribbean. And you're not addressing that besides telling me that, oh, they did that in Africa. That doesn't make it right just because they were doing it in Africa. I'm at the store right now. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. I yield my time up. I'm at the store picking something up.
Okay. All right. Here we go. 5, 4.
Because I was.
Now you said you yield your time.
Yeah. Because I was the store.
Okay. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. Stop. So now here's the thing. This is what you're saying. You're saying to me, right, that the FBAs. I'm not an FBA, but I'm gonna show you how you're a complete FBA right now, right? Because you're saying baby mother culture started with Jamaica, allegedly, according to you and what you sent me. I still have to further cross-reference that. You're trying to use that to take it off Black Americans and put it on the Caribbeans, but you're not talking about how Caribbeans have perfected it and what Americans have perfected it and practice it in ways where I'm sure there's no Caribbeans ain't never been, right? In Toluca, Alabama, right? But the bottom line is this. The white man created American baby mother culture. The white man did that, right? So through mass incarceration, through welfare, through SNAP programs, and through the fact that you couldn't have a man in the house, and through affirmative action, putting the Black woman above the Black man, right? The white man did that. So instead of you putting it on the white man, you want to argue with me about the term coming from Caribbeans, but it wasn't the Caribbeans in America that fucking put the white man's the Black American man out the house. It was the white man. It wasn't the Caribbeans.
That's true. They created the welfare state. That's
it wasn't the Caribbeans.
They didn't do that for y'all, so why do y'all have that problem?
Hold on. No. Let me finish. It
you
wasn't the
Caribbeans. They didn't do that for y'all, so why do you have that problem?
Okay.
Answer that. They did not. There was no way.
You hold on. I need to be clear. You said you want me to answer that. You're going to give me 60 seconds to answer that?
You had more than 60 seconds.
Okay. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. So here's the thing. According to you is a problem, right? You don't hear Jamaicans saying, yo, baby mama culture is a problem. You hear that in America. You don't hear that in Jamaica. So don't put your problems on the Caribbeans. You don't hear Caribbean people saying, you know, that is a problem. You don't hear that. Show me the video saying, dude, Americans are saying it to put it on the Caribbeans, right? To take it off the white man, right? But Caribbeans are not saying it's a problem. Show me the videos or the documentation with the Caribbeans. So don't give us your problem. You get what I'm saying to you? So I don't have to. That's how I'm answering that. I'm answering it by saying to you that you can't show me what Caribbeans are saying it is a problem, because it's a problem in America. And because you're saying Caribbean started the term, you want to make the problem you want to say, well, it's because of them. You get what I'm saying? Instead of saying it's because of yourself and the white man. That's it. Done. I'm done.
The reality is, it's a problem.
Hold on. Nope. Hold on. Nope. We're going to stay on your discipline. Nope. We ain't going to veer off. 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
53. Sorry, 55, 53. I'm done. Baby mother culture, Shambe, is a problem no matter where you go. You're not in America. You have a country where you make up the predominant. You're over 90% of the populace in Jamaica. You run the laws. There's no racism there because it's just you. So if you have a baby mother culture, it's not because of a white man. No white man set up a welfare state. And then you saying Caribbean's not saying it's a problem. Your statistics are saying it's a fucking problem. It's degenerative. The murder rate over there, it's way higher than Black America's murder rate, and ours is crazy. You're over in America because you're escaping the degeneracy that's Caribbean reality. You're not here because it's all fun and glory over there. Shambe, baby mother culture turns societies into shitholes. People don't trust each other. Jamaicans aren't communal the way Black Americans are communal. And we dysfunctional as shit,
Stop. Nope, stop. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, stop. Now, here we go. This is what I'm trying to say to you. That what I'm telling you, like, you are completely an FBA and you are completely a xenophobe. Like, to say Jamaicans are not communal, like, nobody would agree with that. Nobody would agree that Jamaicans are communal because Jamaicans start businesses, they create little communities. Every area, Black Americans stay they try to get away from each other. Right? Black Americans try to get away from each other. I'm going to move over here. I'm going to move over there. I'm going to move over there. I'm going to move over here. That's the reality. Caribbean people, you know where the Caribbean spot is on 10th Ave, on 10th Ave and 27th, 12th Ave and 27th, 10th Ave and 28th. Every area, you know where the Caribbeans are because they live amongst each other in communalism. Black Americans want to live with white people. They want to live out the ghettos. They want to live away from where rest of Black people are. They think it's better to live outside of where other Black people are. So to say that Caribbeans are not communal is not only a lie, but it's delusional.
That's your time. And you're telling me about Black people, the minority of you all in America. Address your entire ethnic group. Don't address your minority, your 36%. 36% of y'all immigrate. That's more than a third of your ethnic collective. Immigrate out of where you're at. You're not communal when you're trying to leave your own ethnic homeland. Like, what are you talking about? You don't see Black Americans, 36% of them in Jamaica or in Africa. Less than 0.8% of us leave the United States. What are you talking about? Stop telling me about a minority of you all compared to the entirety of us. Tell me about the entirety of you compared to the entirety of us. This is why you need to know your own ethnic statistics in order to even have this conversation, Shambe. You're addressing Black America as a collective versus the minority of Jamaicans in the United States. That's apples and oranges, not apples and apples. Address your collective, Shambe. Why is 36% of y'all leaving each other? That's non-communal, my brother. Yield my time.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2.
6:04, 58.
Hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. Now let me show your ignorance. Let me show your ignorance and how you continue to move the goalposts, and that's what you always do. So you say because somebody leaves, it's not communalism. Let me show you what communal means. Communal means you don't move an area. Communal means that whatever area you in, you make that area collective of your group, shared by all members of a community for common use between different communities, especially those affected between religion or ethnic origins, right? So the fact that allegedly, according to you, 36% leave does not mean that we're not communal. How it shows you that we are communal, that when we go to England, Canada, or America, we live amongst ourselves in the name of the definition of communalism. So I don't know if you're ignorant or you just don't know, but you're trying to mix apples with oranges. Don't try to say because people leave, they're not communal. They leave for opportunity, and not just Jamaicans. Black Americans have left America, which I keep telling you.
That's your time, Shambe.
Okay, sure.
You
Hold
left.
on. Nope. Hold on. 5,
6:06,
4,
59,
3,
40.
2, go.
So at 59,
Go.
at 60, 40, that's when I'll be done. You left the entirety of your ethnic group back in your own country. That's fleeing, Shambe. Black Americans don't do that. What are you talking about? You just said we try to get around the white man. You literally left your own country where it's almost exclusively you to come to the United States, to the United Kingdom, where it was just white people in the United Kingdom and stuff. Why can't you build over in your countries? There's nothing affecting you developing over. You're isolated from everybody. Black Americans don't even have that, and we were able to build our own. Why can't, even though it got destroyed by the white man, the white man's not destroying y'all stuff. Why can't y'all build on your own? Why do you have to leave? And stop saying I'm saying these things. Go and look them up after I tell you them. Over a third of Jamaicans have fled from Jamaica. Immigrated from Jamaica. Go and look that up, Shambe. Baby mother, that word etymologically comes from your ethnic group. Go and look that up.
Oh, time. Your time is over.
No problem.
All right, here we go.
Let me know when you start.
Let me dispel more ignorance, right?
Are you ready?
So it says there is no exact percentage of Black Americans. There is no exact percentage, but it is estimated that 655,000 Black Americans were living abroad as of 2025, and the number is growing, right? Partly due to desire for opportunity, safety, that word, and to escape systematic issues, nigga. While a small portion of the total population, this represents a significant immigrant wave comparable to earlier periods like the first part of the 20th century. Growing in immigration with an E, right? Historical context with trends of Black Americans moving to Europe and other places. And it says 2025. So motherfucker, what I keep telling you, you want to talk about no accountability. You want to talk about other people, your people, Black, and those are my people too. Black Americans.
That's your time. You just said 600-something thousand.
665,000 and growing.
No problem. Even if that was a statistical reality, what percentage of Black American would that be? Is that 33%? No, it's nowhere near that, man. Just stop lying and address the issues that your ethnic group has. You're not used to people addressing your ethnic group. You're used to addressing Black Americans because you live amongst us. Black Americans collectively live better than Black people everywhere in the world, Shambe. If we're degenerative, you're beyond that. You're beyond that. Baby mother culture is recent for us. It's always been in you all's midst. That's what you've always done. Go and look at the statistics. In the 1880? 4 out of 1,000 of you were married. That's no white man. You're the dominant population in that area. No one's stopping you from stopping yourself from doing these things. You're doing them of your own accord. You can see manipulation in Black America through white America's governmental interference.
Nope, stop. Now, this is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Listen, I'm gonna stop having these conversations with you because what you're doing is the Frederick Douglass. At the end of the day, you black people in general, I love black people in general. So to say to me that you're not used to people addressing your ethnic group, that's the FBA talking point. I don't even think like that. I don't care if you address my ethnic group. That's not my talking point. And I'm not attacking your ethnic group. That's your divisive FBIA. That's what we call you motherfuckers. You're the FB. There's no coincidence why FBA is so close to FBI. It's counterintelligence. You're FBIA, right? So I don't care about none of that, right? And you're making so many excuses of why you live in ghettos, why you have 0.0% of the gross national product, while you're number one in prisons, number one in abortions, and you want to it's because it is like the bottom.
That's your time, and you're wrong. We're not number one in prisons. You just made up a lie, another lie. Black Americans are not number one in prison. I don't know where the fuck you get that from. Wrong. You're talking about the degeneracy within Black America, how we live in ghettos. Motherfucker, do you know what y'all live like in Jamaica? Are you nuts? Like, this is what I'm talking about. You're comparing Black immigrants in the United States, which make up the top earners of those immigrant groups as a collective, to the entirety of to the at best average Black American, Shambe. That's not how you do that. That's apples and oranges. You compare your collective to our collective. Our ghettos are better than whatever the fuck the average person lives like from your ethnic homeland. I don't see how you don't comprehend that. And then when you say, what did you say? That you're not, I love Black people all the same as well. But when you put yourself above us, which is what you do when you say we're degenerative and you're not, and we clearly can show statistically that we're of a superior disposition at current than you're more degenerative than us.
Stop. So here we go. 5, 4,
105, 40.
Nope. Go. Here I go. So once again, I've been bombing you this whole conversation, right? So I just put in what racial group is the most incarcerated. Black people have the highest incarceration rate in America, while white people make up the largest percentage of prison population, but and incarcerated at the lowest rate. In 2022, Black individuals made up an estimated 32% of sentenced state and federal prisoners, and higher percentage than any other group, right? So when you said that it was a lie, AI told you that is not. I do this. I work with kids, Black American, Caribbeans, Africans every day. I'm out here saving Black babies and Black boys. I help Black boys get out of jail no matter what racial ethnicity they are. I help Black boys get into vocational school, into college and in high school, no matter what racial ethnic group they are. So you can have this conversation. You don't do the work that I do. Like, so get out of here.
32% of the 33, 32, whatever you just said, that still isn't the majority of people in prison. If we're 32%, we're clearly not the majority. So you prove my point by saying what you just said. It's like you don't know how to read stats.
Bro, it says Black people have the highest incarceration rate.
That's going by a per capita concept. We're not the highest rate in prison, Shambe. Obviously, if we're 32% of the prison population, is 32% the higher number, Shambe? No, it's obviously missing 60 something percent. Come on, man. You got to learn how to read these things. If you say that Black American culture is degenerative, and then say Caribbean culture isn't degenerative, you're by definition putting one above the other. That's not me. By me responding to what you're doing, Shambe, that doesn't make me some cultist. That makes me intelligent. I clearly see what you're doing. And I told you, that's the whole reason the FBA delineation came into fruition. When this shit moved, Black immigrants are concentrated up north. When y'all start going down south where Black Americans are in the highest concentration, you're gonna naturally run into conflict because you're bringing a supremacist mindset state, which you don't even realize you have, to an area where you're a minority and people can see the differences between you and them. Your collective in America doesn't define your collective entirely, Sunday. This is a minority.
Stop. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here I said to you about not taking accountability, right? So when you said, oh, here's the thing, right? Just now, let me tell you how you did some white man shit, right? So white people are more than you, but I said black people are incarcerated based off of their per capita. Yes, that's true, right? But it's okay for you to say that. But then you want to compare America, it's okay for you to say you can't compare the two. But then you want to compare Black Jamaicans with Black Americans when there's 40 million, is way more Black Americans than there are Black Jamaicans in Jamaica. So you can't compare the two. So when it comes to the white man, to incarceration rate with the white man, even though you're incarcerated at a higher rate, you say, no, you can't use that because it's per capita, right? But now you want to use per capita against Black Jamaicans when there's more Black Americans. No, because I'm not finished my time. No, my time wasn't through.
108.35. I quoted you. Stop. That's what I told you, man. You don't like time frames because you like just talking all damn day. That's not what's going on, Shambe. First of all, you're mixing. You always do this. You conflate things. When you
conflate nothing, I'm intelligent. You're not.
Shambe, I'm 1,000 times more intelligent than you. I just don't want to disrespect you. The reality is this: when you say that Black Americans make up the highest percentage of people in prison, you're wrong. You're just statistically wrong. If you just said that 32% of us is there, it's talking about a per capita rating. When you're comparing your collective to our collective, obviously the per capita rate would come into question at that point because it's one collective versus another collective, Shambe. Jamaicans, with the degeneracy that I was speaking to before, you possess more of that degeneracy than we do, and you always possess that. The white man is not creating that in you now and hasn't. You've been free since 1834, and you've always made up the bulk of the population where you were at. We've never made up the bulk of the population where we were at, and slavery didn't end here to 31 years after where it was at, where you were at. Why haven't you been able to change that reality of yours without giving me the excuse that?
Okay, stop. That's 1 minute. That's 1 minute. That's 1 minute. All right, here we go. Once again, I've continued. I'm glad. Start. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. All right, so here we go. I'm glad you listened to this because it says 34%, 34.9 are Black, 30.7 are Hispanic, and 29.9 are white. So once again, Black people make up the highest rate of incarcerated individuals in America. Don't blame me, blame the white man, and blame Google for the statistics, because you keep continuing to be wrong. And like I told you about in your culture, you take no accountability. You won't concede to your error. You want to be arrogant in your ignorance. And that's the problem with you motherfuckers, right? You want to be arrogant in your ignorance. I can show you and you want to talk. No, it's because of this. No, it's because of what it is, bro. That's what it is. And if you would listen and learn, maybe you would be a little better. But you don't want to listen and learn. I yield my time.
Shambe, can you address the baby mother culture in Jamaica and how no one's creating an obstacle for you to stop that degeneracy, but yet you still keep it going. Over 80% of Black women in Jamaica are baby mothers. Can you address that reality? I yield my time.
You yield your time at 25 seconds, so I can have your time and my time. I can have a minute and
we just keep doing. We just keep getting a minute unless I.
Okay, we keep doing a minute. Yep. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I got you. That's good. That's cool. All right. Here we go.
6:19.
This what I'm going to say to you, bro. I already addressed it. You're creating a problem. I never said you can't pull one article or one video where Jamaicans are saying this is a problem. So what you're doing in Black America is instead, I ain't gonna say in Black America. I fuck with Black America. In FBA, because you definitely FBA thought process. What you're doing in FBA is trying to take your problem and trying to blame shift it. Oh, it's the Jamaicans. They've always been like that. Well, the Jamaicans are not complaining about that. You are. Your men are, right? Because you think your women are unfit, and your women have become unfit, right? So now you want to shift it over to the Jamaican. Leave the Jamaicans alone, because the Jamaicans ain't saying shit about baby mother culture. The Americans are. So I don't need to address. Matter of fact, I already addressed it.
That's your time.
No, I got 7 more seconds. I already addressed it.
Man, what are you talking about?
Listen, you've been all. Now I'm done.
Oh my God, Shambe, just because if you got AIDS but don't say you got AIDS, don't you still have AIDS? What the fuck are you talking about? You all aren't leaving Jamaica because Jamaica's an oasis. You're leaving it because of shithole conditions. Those shithole conditions come as a result of a lack of community. That lack of community comes as a result of baby mother culture. What the fuck are you talking about? Marcus Garvey was disappointed in Jamaicans. He said that they were immoral. What the fuck did he say that for? Shambe? Why did he say that? Why do you think that man said that shit? Why couldn't he get his UNIA to pop off in that area, Shambe? If he got it to pop off in Black America, it obviously shows some communal union. If he didn't get it to pop off there, obviously it shows some detachment. What is stopping you from correcting the baby mother problem in Jamaica? Again, over 80% of the females are baby mother. I yield my time. And I didn't even use it all.
Okay, so here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Once again, here's the thing. It's no reason. I'm going to continue my minute, but we going to go back and forth because I addressed it already. And like I said, because it's a Black American problem, you want to look over to Jamaica and say, well, they're worse than us and they've always been worse, instead of dealing with your own issues, instead of fighting the white man and his abortion, getting his Planned Parenthood out of your communities, getting his welfare. Well, Trump is about to get his welfare out of your shit. And let's see how Black women and Black people handle this welfare and this SNAP going away, right? So that's what you need to worry about. Don't worry about the Jamaicans. Worry about yourself. If you hate the Jamaicans, or the Jamaicans are inferior, or the Jamaicans, Caribbeans, don't worry about them. Worry about yourself, because you got bigger problems and bigger fish to fry. But that's the problem. You scared of the white man, right? Because he did it, not us. You scared of him. Worry about Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood. Don't worry about us, what's going on in Jamaica.
You saying we scared of the white man. We're the only ones that's still fighting the white man. You the ones that's trying to get up under the white man. You're a part of the British Commonwealth. Nobody forced that on you. You desired to do that. Back in 2011, what was it? Over 66% of the Jamaican population said they would have been better under white people's rule. Black Americans never said no shit like that. That's your people, Shambe, ethnically. You're my people racially, yes. But that's your people ethnically. That's how y'all think. We don't think like that. That's y'all. Whenever you point a finger, like Francis Cress Wilson said, you always got that thumb pointing back at yourself. You just don't see it, Shambe. Are you telling me that baby mother culture is not a problem? I yield my time.
Okay, 5, 4, 3,
117.
2, go.
15.
You'll continue to be delusional, no accountability, and blame shifting, because you just said pointing fingers. You called me with unbiased with these questions. I never called you on some FBA shit, Americans over Caribbeans. I don't even have that conversation. So I'm not pointing no finger at you going back to me. I'm always pointing at the white man. I don't care about Jamaicans, baby mother culture. I don't care about American baby mother culture. And it's not that I don't care about it. Is what I'm saying to you. I know the root of it. It's always going to be imperialism and white power. See, so, but you're undereducated. We understand something called neo-colonialism. Neo-colonialism is new colonialism, is when you take a black face and put him in a white space. That's what happens in Jamaica. But you know what? You're so delusional that you don't realize that that happens in America, right? Almost all your black leaders, black American leaders, have sold you out. And then you want to say, nah, it's the Jamaicans who are in high places. No, the fuck we not. We just got here and we just got into the political system.
That's your time, Shambe. Again.
Hold on,
that was your time.
5, 4, 3,
118,
2, go.
35. Shambe, the white man, we can show you through through graphs, we can show you how after the welfare program of the 60s came into effect, black marriage rates went down. We were married at a higher rate than white people. We were the most married people in the United States. Then it went down 6 decades ago. You have always had low marital rates. 4 out of 1,000 in 1880. That is low, even compared to white people of that time. That's low. To this day, it's low. To this day, you have the highest rate of baby motherhood. I think in the world, you have the second highest rate of paternity fraud. And you're only second to the Africans in Nigeria, which are number 1 in paternity fraud. Look these things up, Brother Shambe. My question to you, because you said Black American culture is degenerative and Caribbean culture.
Time. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, go. Now let me say this to you. You said number 1, and first of all, I think the Nigerians are first. Then come the Jamaicans. But either way, even if the Jamaicans was first and Nigerians is the second, the third is the fucking Black American. So get the fuck out of here. The third, see, this is what I'm keep telling you. You're the slave trying to scratch to be better than the other slave. The third is the Black American, motherfucker. So who cares? You in the top 3. So here's the thing. You sound like the motherfuckers in jail. You know who we didn't fuck with? The motherfuckers in jail who used to talk about what they had back in the days. When you hear these podcasts, if you that's the one that we didn't fuck with, talking about what you had in back in the days. That's what you doing. Don't tell me about how you was the most married until 1965, nigga. Now you the least married. Fix it. That ain't my time.
Shambe, I clocked you at 119.35. It's 2040. Stop it.
Wrong, man.
I'm literally clocking you. And when this is done, Shambe, you'll be able to go look at the time. The time.
Bro, I'm looking at the time right now. When I say go, I hit the start button.
One of us is definitely
looking at the time right now.
It's key.
Here we go. 5, 4, 3. I don't want to talk. Go. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. Address that.
The only reason I brought up what it was like back in the day was to show you how ours over time, we can show you how white people's governmental interference created our circumstance. You can't show me how the white man is interfering and you are not getting married to each other, because that has always been a staple of your ethnic group. Why are you married at low rates? Why are you a baby mother culture perennially? It never ends. Why is that the case? And we still are married at higher rates than you. And what you just pulled some shit out your ass. Where in the fuck do you see, where did you get that statistic from that Black Americans are number 3 in the world in paternity for? You my time.
Stop. All right, here we go.
Oh, you're my time. Let me know when you're ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, go. So
2201.
One of the podcast guys showed that statistic. I'll look it up, right? I'll look to show it to you. He said Africans, he said Nigerians specifically. He said Nigerians, Jamaicans, and African American women, and he said it to make his case for the passport bros. While Black American men are leaving Black American women. So here's the thing. Like I continue to say, right? You want me to address something instead of addressing. I told you I addressed it all. I told you neo-colonialism because at the end of the day, the Jamaican is an African who was primarily Ashanti, right? And Akan. The Akans are married, right? When we was in Africa, the Akans have villages, marriages. That if you learn anything about Jamaica, you'll find out that like 70% of Black Jamaicans are Akan, and the Akans were married. Once we got to Jamaica, we was fucked up. That's colonialism. Once the white man came into your shit in the 60s, you was fucked up. It's colonialism, bro. That's it. That's the answer.
Sean Bay. Okay, your time been finished, but Sean Bay. What the fuck is stopping you? This is what y'all not addressing. You don't live with white people in Jamaica. You are the predominant population. If we were the predominant population in America, racism wouldn't exist because we would turn this motherfucker over. There's a difference between us, clearly. What's stopping you? You see what's stopping us? The court systems. What's stopping you from stopping the baby mother culture? Can you address that? What white man is interfering? What white man law? What white man court system? If the government over in Jamaica is having a problem, Sean Bay, the government is made up exclusively of your ethnic group. Kill them and replace them. Very simple. We fought white people as only fucking 10, 12% of the population, Sean Bay. And that's the most ruthless beast ever. All you got is motherfuckers that look like you that you can fucking blend in with and overthrow. What's stopping you from stopping baby mother culture?
Time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're completely ignorant. I said it so many times that it's neo-colonialism, right? It's white rule. You so silly to think that a black face means black power, right? When your own statistics in America shows you that when there are black mayors, black governors, and black officials does not equate to black prosperity in America. So don't tell me, well, in Jamaica, what's stopping you? What's stopping you in America? Because the worst cities are the ones that are ran by black mayors and black governors. We only got one black governor, but the worst cities are the ones that are ran by black American fucking mayors, bro. Historically. So this is the delusion. This is the shit where I'm not saying y'all, you are saying y'all instead of getting your own house in order. Instead of getting your own house in order, you want to point at the Caribbeans and I'm done.
Sean Bay, you are saying y'all when you say that we're degenerative and you're not. I don't know how you don't see that. If I say, Sean Bay, you stink, but I don't. I'm clearly distinguishing myself from you and making you less than me. But if you got the Haitian body order, how the fuck is you not more stank than I am? A nigga in no house can't throw stones at a nigga that live in a glass house. I still got a house nonetheless, or some type of defense. You got no type of defense. Sean Bay, you keep saying neo-colonialism. Where the fuck is neo-colonialism making y'all to where you're constantly producing baby motherhood and baby mother culture? And then you said something about the worst cities are the ones that are ran by black people. Sean Bay, after slavery, black people, we created our own town. You already know about this. You already tell you about Tuso Home and all the other black prosperous towns that we created. There was no baby motherhood there. At what point in Jamaican history did y'all have anything like that? You're my time.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to the apples and oranges. Number one, Jamaica is like the size, it's smaller than New York City, right? In land mass, right? So once again, you want to compare apples with oranges, but let me say this to you: the Maroons, there's slave revolts that happened that they still live here today. To this very day, those Africans, you can't call one black American community that can say we beat our enslavers and we're still living over here today and we were never enslaved because of revolution. Only the Haitians can say that, buddy. Black Americans can't say that, and that's a fact. So, but that's okay for me. But just because you want to take it there, we will take it there. But what I'm trying to say to you is you are gloating over poverty. Just because you're impoverished a little better, and this is why I'm telling you about your proximity to whiteness. Just because you're in poverty a little better than other black people or black people in Jamaica, you want to say it like it's better. You still own 0.0% of the gross national product.
My brother,
Period.
that's your time 2740. That's your time, Shambe. Shambe, you said I'm gonna address all the stuff you say. I'm gonna beat you everywhere you go. I'm gonna just beat you from now on.
I've been beating you the whole fucking conversation. You crazy?
When this is played back, you'll see how you got bombed instead of thinking that I'll let other people see how you got bombed because I don't want it to be me saying that shit. Shambe, you've always been the dominant populace in Jamaica. Always. When you were brought from Africa, you weren't separated and sold off like black Americans. When you say you have maroon colonies, it's because of the terrain and it's because of the overwhelming numbers that you have over there. If you're the dominant population, obviously you should be able to overpower people. In Haiti, they were always the same as well. Obviously, they should be able to overpower people. And when you say these things like this, then I have to question you even more. Why then can you not stop baby mother culture? You're the dominant population. No one's enforcing rules on you that stop you from being able to live a prosperous life. Why can't you stop those things? And then you didn't address when has Jamaica ever produced productive towns like black Americans did? That wasn't poverty that we were living in. We were living good. And when those were black towns were up and running. When has Jamaica produced those things? Yield my time again.
All right. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just continue on the record, right? I just want to let everybody listening to this know, and ain't even everybody, is me and you, that you are xenophobic and you are, everything that you're saying is supremacist. But then when you think I'm saying some supremacist, then you get mad at me for saying supremacist because it hurts your ego. And the reason why you have this black American supremacist is not because of facts. It's actually because of the exact opposite. You're hurt that you're in poverty. You're hurt that you're at the bottom of the barrel. You're hurt. So instead of rising up and saying, you know what, let me get my own house in order. Let me get my own shit in order. Let me take over this shit and do it. You want to go look at the fucking Africans and the Caribbeans and talk about them. They didn't do it to you. The white man did it to you. And and they are only 10% of the 10% African, 10%. They don't even factor in, bro. I'm done. That's my minute.
Shambe, black Americans live better than black people everywhere. You're again, and this is why I keep having to address black Caribbean and African immigrants that are in the United States. You make up the top earners of your ethnic group. If you compare yourselves to our top earners, there's no comparison. They're a million times richer than you and more financially well off than you. There's no comparison there. We're better as a collective than any black people anywhere. Your poverty, the way y'all live is worse than how we live. We don't have the conditions that you have. And mind you, it's just you. There's no white man making you live like that. You live like that because of yourself. The only reason we have to address you all is because of what you're saying. You're saying that we're degenerative, but you're more degenerative than us. That's why this is being brought up. Xenophobia. What? We're addressing what you're saying. How is us responding to what you're saying xenophobic? That makes absolutely no sense. I'm still waiting on you to show when Jamaica had productive black societies. Yield my time again.
Time. Okay, so now let me go back to the beginning, right? Here's the thing. You want to be the boss, and when you feel like you're not the boss, then you play the victim. So you're the original one that said to me that black Jamaican culture has always been more degenerative than black American culture, right? So that means you are the one that has been on the supremacist stuff. But then when I don't agree, now you're saying, now you playing the victim like a girl, like a white man, and saying, oh, this is why we're trying to delineate because you're saying that we're degenerate. Like, yo, let's go back to the original statement. The original statement was Corey said that Africans and Caribbeans were more degenerate. But then when I don't agree, instead of you taking accountability of your xenophobia, you want to say See, we don't like you. We saying this, we delineating because you think you better. No, nigga. You started the conversation saying you was better.
That's your time.
That you.
Shambe, let's just, for the record, get this shit straight.
Like, you're crazy.
You said that Black American culture was degenerative, correct or no?
I'm not answering until I get my minute. Nah, we ain't doing that. We're going to do minute for minute. We're going to keep the discipline.
I don't need a minute, because this conversation is so easy for me. Did you say that Black American culture was degenerative first? Yes or no? I yield my time.
Do I got my minute now?
I just said I yield my time. I don't know
okay,
what.
Okay.
What's that supposed to mean?
Okay.
133.05. Go ahead. 135.05.
Okay, let me tell you, because you said context matters. Context does matter. Let me tell you what I said in context. What I said to you is the FBAs is tripping because they're taking no accountability, right? They're attacking Caribbeans and Africans, saying you appropriated our culture, we're better, we're this, we're that, but they're not addressing their degenerate culture, the currently degenerate culture. Like in the last 30 years, Black America, 30, 40 years, culture has become degenerate. And you agreed. You said, I agree, right? So that is the context. I didn't just come out on some supremacist shit and say, oh, you niggas is degenerate. What I said to you is that what you said, like Black Americans have no fingers to point to at other people as if their fucking house is clean when they're spreading baby motherhood, nigger, the word nigger, they're spreading homosexuality, they're spreading crime, violence, and murder to the rest of Black people. Like, that's what I said. Like, what I said was...
Your time is up. Shambe, we're not spreading any of that. Your murder rate has always been what the fuck it is. We didn't spread that to you. You always had a high murder rate. That degeneracy has always existed in Jamaica. You talking about the word nigger. Nigger don't have the same impact that baby mother do. The fuck? A baby mother is a cancer to a society. That's why Jamaica can't make no progress, because you can't create families. When you can't create nuclear families, you can't create societies. You can't create societies, you're never going to create progression. It's just the order of things. I'm telling you, as a Black immigrant, you have no fingers to point. You fled where you were ethnically from to come here where we're at. We didn't flee to go where you were at. That's the difference between us. There clearly is a hierarchy here, Shambe, and you're not at the top. It would be us. That's not being offensive. Black Americans, as I told you before, we're the most accomplished Black people in world history. There's no Black people that you could juxtapose us next to and show have ever been better than us. And you currently, even in a degenerative degradation, Black Americans are still at a...
Stop. That's your time. Stop. That's your time. That's your time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See, this is why I'm about to end this conversation, because you don't listen to learn or even evaluate. I already addressed that. I said Black Americans have created the most than anyone because America is a superpower, right? I said the superpower of America permeates its power, its influence throughout the world, and Black America is the most influence within that empire of America. So Black America uses the resources and the notoriety of America to permeate its greatness, its African greatness. I said all of that yesterday, but you want to make this an ethnic war. You want to do that. You FBAs, because that's who you are for real. You're an undercover FBA. I don't want to do that. I said this is all of our fight. I said we're all African geniuses. You want to say no, we're better, making this an ethno thing. You are an FBA in sheep's clothing. I'm an African. That's my time. That's my time. Yes, sir.
You are genetically an African. The same way I'm genetically an African. You are ethnically a Jamaican. I am ethnically an FBA. That is the ethnonym that we use now. I'm an FBA in that sense. As far as all the ideology that a lot of them espouse, the Native American shit, I ain't with none of that crazy shit. That said, Shambe, you're trying to say Black Americans are great because of their proximity to white people. I asked you yesterday, Shambe, Black Americans are the greatest fighters in the history of all combat sports. Well, not each individual sports, but the ones that count. Boxing, I brought you to that. We don't have any equals, right? Then I said, what do Jamaicans have that you would say you dominate in? Because you said it was because of our proximity to white people, which I don't know how boxing would be that. You said, oh, it's because of the culture. Okay, you play soccer. So why aren't you the best at that? No response to that right there. You brought me to some African shit.
Stop. That's your time. That's your time.
That was my time?
Yes, that was your time. Once again, you don't listen and you're a liar. I love you, but you're a liar.
37.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. When I said, what do we dominate, nigga? I told you track and field. I said, we dominate that shit. And you was like, no, you don't. Usain Bolt was like 5 years ago. I said, that was 20 years ago, 16, 20 years ago. I said, Shelly Ann Thompson and them, we dominate. And I was like, but dominate means you number one. I said, we go back and forth. Well, going back and forth don't mean you dominate. I said, nigga, yes, it do when you got 190 other fucking countries and you 1 and 2. That's dominating. So I did answer that. And I did answer the soccer shit, right? And Black Americans are not winning in soccer either. You can't answer that either. But I don't want that question. The bottom line is I answered all of these questions. And you just said, that is the term we are using when you refer to FBA. I told you we was the FBA. No, it's not.
Shambe.
Now is my time. Now is my time. Go.
Shambe, FBA is an ethnonym. That's just like Jamaican. It would be an ethnonym. It describes an ethnicity. That's it. We're just not using African American anymore. We use FBA. That's it. Getting that out the way. Shambe, being in competition with somebody isn't dominating something. And you currently are not. You just set records 20-something years ago. Black Americans been dominating track and field. You just got in the goddamn competition with us and beat us out for the top spots. But at current, Black Americans dominate track and field to this day, Shambe. Jamaicans are trying to compete with Black Americans, but right now, Black American women and Black American men are number one in track and field. Boxing, Black Americans dominate completely. What do Jamaicans have that you dominate completely, where you don't have any other equals? Yield my time.
All right. Once again, you showed me that you are an FBA because you just said to me that's the term that we're using. No, it's not. FBA is internet shit. No body, no international body or even national body recognizes FBA as being officially recognizes FBA as anything. It's not on any legal papers. It's not on any textbooks, any legal books, any dictionaries, none of that shit. So thank you for letting me know what I told you was this whole time an FBA. So to say that's what we're using, no, the fuck is not, because the majority of Black Americans don't even know what FBA are, because still on the internet, I see Black Americans saying, what is FBA? So it's a small fringe group that's on the internet. It is not what, quote unquote, we are using. And in my last 5 seconds, I will say this, nigga, I was born in America. So my passport says American. It doesn't say Jamaican. So like, get out of here.
Okay, that's your time, Shambe. It doesn't matter what your passport says. That's a nationality. Your ethnicity, Shambe, is not the same as your nationality.
My ethnicity is American.
No, your nationality is American, Shambe. Your ethnicity is Jamaican, my man. I think you need to learn what an ethnicity is. My ethnicity is not American. It's Black. It would be Black American or foundational Black American. We used to say African American. But that's not my nationality. That's my ethnicity. My nationality is just American. You got to learn these things, my brother. Now, in terms of me being FBA, I already told you that's an ethnonym. Whatever ideology you associate with that, I'm not claiming that. And when you're trying to say that, oh, it's not nationally recognized and all this shit, Shambe, African American didn't come around until what, 88 or some shit? It wasn't nationally recognized at first. People gravitate towards the terms that they associate themselves with. It's becoming popularized. The internet connects us all today. So when you say, oh, it's just an internet thing, the internet is reality, Shambe, whether you accept it or not. That's reality today. Ryan Coogler, the nigga that made and you be using the word nigga and all that, but then don't want it to be used towards you. So I don't know what rules you want to play by, Shambe, but you got to start maintaining yourself within your own rules, or the rules don't apply. Ryan Coogler.
Stop. That's 1 minute. 1 minute. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We ain't gonna use Ryan Coogler because Ryan Coogler said he African. Ryan Coogler is the one that got the video on fucking TV on internet talking about when he went to Africa. He said, yo, they do the same thing in Africa that we do in America. He said, I'm an African. That's what he said. So what I'm trying to say to you is the internet is not reality because you could be that's why you can't catfish somebody in real life. And that's what losers, and I'm not saying you're a loser, but that's where losers dwell. That's where the pedophiles dwell on the internet. You can't go up to a girl and say that you're 13 when you're really 30, but you could do that on the internet, right? So you can't say that you're a man on the internet when you're really a woman, but you could do in real life, right? And without saying that you're a transgender, but you could do that on the internet. So the internet is not reality. And for losers who think that the internet is the reality, that's their issue. So I'm done.
Okay, Shambe, the internet connects the entire world today. Like, you're so you be saying that I'm isolated. You're out of touch with what reality is. Everything is connected via internet today. You can go up to a person and say you're anything. You just don't have the concept of deception readily available to you anymore because it's in person. That doesn't make it any less real than it already isn't. The reality is this, Shambe. Ryan Coogler, I just told you genetically I'm an African, predominantly of African genetics. That doesn't stop me from being FBA, Foundational Black American, ethnically distinguished from other Black people. Ryan Coogler identified as a Foundational Black American. This isn't me making this up. You can actually go and see that for yourself. Being FBA doesn't mean I'm xenophobic or I'm against other Black people. But when you say that we're degenerative and you're not, you're putting yourself above us, and you need to address that. Yield my time.
Okay, stop. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm gonna give you 3 more minutes because I already said what I said. It's recorded and I'm satisfied with it. Okay. It will show that I am the unifier and you are the divisive separator as an FBA, but that's your whole thing. That's your whole thing. So let me say this to you, bro. This is the first minute in my 3 minutes. Listen, I'm out here saving Black babies, Black people. It's documented. You can see it on the internet that you love. People know me from real life. You have been a witness to that. And people know me from the internet, from saving Black people, no matter what ethnicity. So I don't care about none of that. I don't care about this conversation. You can do all of that shit with this conversation, but I'm out here doing the work in real life. I'm saving African boys, Black American boys, Caribbean. It don't matter. I'm doing the work out here. I'm being part of the change, bro. I'm not on the internet having conversations doing nothing. I yield my time. I got 2 minutes left and I'm out.
No doubt. That's your choice, my brother. I'm not mad at you. I'd rather us do these 1 minute intervals because it keeps us pertinent to the subject.
All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
Okay, Shambe, and I mean no offense by this because I already told you I respect you, but your impact on Black people is not astronomical. Like, let's just keep shit G. You're still addressing symptoms of the Black issue. You're not addressing the actual origin or source of the Black issue. We're band-aiding shit up. Like, I appreciate you and applaud you for trying to stop the bleeding, but it's not going to stop unless you understand what the problem that's causing the hemorrhage is in the first place. And that's to take nothing away from you. We convene on the internet now. That essentially is what the corner is right now, Shambe, the internet. That's where, because we all are connected now via the internet. So that's where we make that's
okay,
where
stop. That's a minute. You stuttering instead of talking. Okay. I ain't stuttering. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I ain't stuttering nothing that I say. That I'm smooth. I know what I'm talking about, and I live what I'm talking about. Let me say this first and foremost. I take absolutely no offense at all to say. You could say it's minute. I don't care what you say, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I take accountability. At the end of the day, I'm going to meet my maker. You can be an atheist, but that's not African culture. I'm not. So when I go to my judgment day and I got the right to my belief, I don't want to go back and forth about it. I'm going to have to be held accountable for what I did on this earth, right? And what I did was live out my purpose, live out my destiny, and live out my mission of what I was supposed to do. So to whatever extent you believe it is Band-Aid, this, that, I don't care, because I'm not like doing this for you. I'm doing this for my people, and I'm doing this for my purpose, right? It's not about you. So I don't care how you look at it. You know what I mean? And I appreciate your appreciation, but I just wanted to make that clear. I'm doing this for my race and my purpose. I'm done.
Okay, now you said that's not African culture. I never said that was African culture, and I don't practice African culture. I'm not a continental African, Shambe. I'm a Black American. I practice foundational Black American culture, not African culture. Whatever those cultures may be, that's not me. When we went through an ethnogenesis in the United States, we have our own distinct culture. One of the principles of our culture is liberty, freedom, independence, freedom of thought. Even though most of my ethnic group may be Christian, I don't have to go along with that bullshit if I don't want to. If that's what they want to be, that's up to them. But we all have the freedom to be or think whatever we want, make subscriptions to whatever philosophy we desire. I'm not being restricted or maintained to some African culture that I've never practiced. That's not me. That's not my ethnic culture. I mean, it's not yours technically either. You have a Jamaican culture, which is different than African culture.
Stop. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is why you FBAs are slaves of a mental deaf in power. Let me tell you what else you said. This is my last minute. You said that it's a Band-Aid what I'm doing, what we're doing. People like me, it's not the whole problem. You're a joke. Because let me tell you what the whole problem is. It's not the Africans and it's not the goddamn Caribbeans. It's the white man. It's imperialism. It's white supremacy. Every time you build something up, the white man tears it down. You have no room to be attacking Black people, Black Africans, Black Caribbeans, with all of the hundreds of years of rape and murder that this white man have done to you. This is why I say you weak and you slaves. And then the last thing I'm going to address is you ethnogenesis, you a Black American. So that means you, once again, a slave of a mental deaf in power, because you're starting your history in slavery, because you don't agree we was here before slavery. So you're starting your ethnicity in murder and slavery, which puts you as deaf, dumb, and blind. My fucking history goes before that, and I'm done. So I'm gonna let you say, hold on, I'm gonna let you say whatever you gotta say for a minute, and I'm done. I'm glad you recorded it. I ended this shit. Drop the mic. 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
Shambe, Jamaicans, patois didn't exist. That English Creole that your ethnic group speaks, that didn't exist in Africa before Jamaican history. That came as a result of the experience that Jamaicans went through in order to create those things. You went through an ethnogenesis, which gave you the ethnicity that you have today, which is Jamaican, as did the Haitians, motherfuckers from Barbados, and Black Americans. We all went through an ethnogenesis. Our ethnogenesis for all of us that are diasporic Black people or Africans came via the transatlantic slave trade. All of us had our ethnogenesis there. My history, my genetic history doesn't start in slavery, no. But my ethnic history does, as does yours. All of us that were brought by that transatlantic slave trade that are today ethnically different than what we originally were. All of us have our ethnic origins.
Stop. Listen, I'm gonna give you this last overtime based on what you said, and I ain't gonna say nothing else. All right, that's my point. That's my prerogative. That's my prerogative. Because let me say this to you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Don't try to change it now. Don't tell me about me. Stick to your Black American FBA. Don't tell me about me. Don't tell me about me. I'm going to tell you about me, because when you say something to Black Americans, they say, you can't tell us about us. So don't try to put me into your slavery of a mental death and power. My shit didn't start with colonialism. My shit started in the beginning of time in Africa, because that DNA that's in Africa is still in me, right? That's why when I went to Africa, I saw Negroes who looked just like me. That's why before I even took my DNA test, an African told me I was a Ghanaian. And when I took the test, my shit was like 60-70% Ghanaian. How did he know that? Because my DNA, I'm still like the people. So y'all can say this ethnogenesis. There's African words in Patois, there's African words in Haitian Creole, and there's Africans in the South. You look at the movie Sinners. You nowadays, modern New York American Negroes, not just New York, but you northern Negroes are the ones that are denouncing your Africanness. And it's a shame. The rest of us are going to keep our Africanness. Peace and Black power.
The FBA.
I'm done. 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
Yeah, the whole FBA thing started down south. You telling us about the northern Negroes? We didn't start the FBA delineation. That shit came from down south up here. We didn't do that. What you talking about? I told you before. I'm from up here, so I've been around y'all Caribbeans and Africans. I know the difference between us. And that's why I said I already knew when Black Americans of the South finally got to interact with Caribbeans and Africans, I knew this shit would happen, because you all come from a supremacist mentality. You already said that we're degenerative culturally and that you're not. That by default puts you above us. But we know you're not over here because of prosperity. You're over here because of your own ethnic degeneracy. Ours is not as bad as yours, to where we flee the country of our ethnic origin. And when it comes to, you said, you said something about don't tell you what you are. Shambe, it's a reality. You speak English.
Stop. It's done. Stop. All right, I'll talk to you later. I'm out. I'm glad you recorded it. You see who is for unity and who is for vision. I'm out. Peace.
Peace, Black.
All right, family, what you think? What you think of the dialogue? So there's a couple things I'm going to address real quick. Give me a second.
What you do, I know I'll never get inside of you to make your eyes catch.
Yeah, so that was ex-architect